All right, good morning, everybody. I am super excited. The 1.0 release of Scroll of Taiwu brings with it the English translation. If you pick up the game, just FYI, you can change the language right here rather than having to dive into menus that are not in English. So you can change it right there if you're having problems. This is a game that had a little bit of a, I think, rough development phase. It kind of like went into early access, but then they had to rewrite, I think, the entire engine, and it had a long journey. It had its own cultivation path, but it is here. My initial impressions are pretty good. I went ahead and I was very tempted to start streaming yesterday, but I needed a little bit more time. I think I have about 10 hours in the game at this point, and we are barely scratching the surface. This is a big game. It does have a really good in-game encyclopedia, so that is something that is pretty helpful. And the tutorials are pretty good. They're not perfect, but they're pretty good. I will say that most of the translation I ran across has been good, but I have ran across untranslated things. So I'm gonna knock a point off for having untranslated stuff when you have a full English release. I know they're working on the things, but that's just, you got to do better. It's got to be in the language you say it's in. So it's not a huge deal. I do have my trusty phone here if we have to. In fact, I should probably just preload. We have to. I'm going to Google Lens. That seems to be enough. My other tip for that is if you all of a sudden have problems, the tool tips usually are translated even if the item name is not. So we should be pretty good on that. I am going to try to have my camera up, but I'll be honest, there are so many different UI elements in the game. I've got a couple presets here that I can jump around on. I may just get tired of having to mess with the camera and we may just turn it off. So we'll see how we go on that one. Little Yi is back. We might be like Yi's great grandchild. You're gonna recognize the name of a lot of the different sects and what in the game, because obviously they draw from the same well for inspiration. Hey Vinicus, how's it going? I was hoping you'd play this game. Well, I was hoping I'd play this game too. Like I said, I've been waiting like 5 years for this. We're just gonna chill here for just a second, let a few more people trail in before we fully hop in. And I also just realized, as I mentioned, this is a really complicated game. I made myself some study notes. Let me get into that file. Scroll of Taiwu. Just while we're making characters and whatnot, then I'll have that in front of me. Let me get stream going here on this window too. Oh my goodness. I literally yesterday had nervous energy. I was so excited to stream this. I kid you not. I haven't had stream nervous energy in over a year probably. Okay, here we go. I got that. What is this? Okay, those are for stats. Okay, there we go. I'll just leave that there. You guys, yeah, don't see that. I just have some notes here for when we're making our character, because I did a lot of reading and a lot of just poking around in the various different menus. Dragar, good to see you. Hello. Hey, Mateus, it's been a while. How you doing, man? You better study and have a guide. I don't have a guide. I poked around on the Discord a little bit, and like I said, I have about 10 hours. That wasn't enough to get me out of the tutorial. Now, fair play, I was reading and reading and reading, so hopefully that'll be all right. I also have the music down pretty low. A thing about doing Chinese games is they almost always get copywritten music. So I'm a little shy on that one. We'll see how it is in game. I'm willing to turn it up if it's way too low. I just need to see it when we're actually out and about and doing stuff. This one I did not play yet, so unless I have some time, I won't be able to pass you tip. Yeah, I will say, if you have gameplay tips about something I'm actively doing, that's fine. If I have a specific question, obviously feel free to answer it. Story-wise, though, just don't give me any spoilers or anything. I'd like to experience it the best I can. Oh, okay. Hi, Jenny. Yeah, I remember us talking on Discord. The mechanics of the game are awesome. For what I remember, the plot isn't really my kind of thing. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I know the basic outline of what we're going to be doing here. study the moon room to understand the game. Yeah, we might need the tabula rasa here. It's okay to die in death is a great way to progress the game. Yeah, so this is a generational game. What that means is, like House of Legacy or Crusader Kings, we're not going to beat the game in a single character. In fact, I think that's impossible. So we're going to live out our lives. We're going to progress the meta progression as much as we can. And then we will be playing a descendant of our character. I have not experienced that, obviously, so it'll all be new to me. Okay. Anyone who's late, well, too bad for them. Let's go ahead and get started. I wish this music would play consistently. I keep looking at that. If I'm flipping my head over there, this is where you guys are and where my monitors are. So I'm just looking and seeing what we're doing. You usually start streaming at 2 a.m., 6 hours early. Is this a one-time thing? Fright? No, Exodus. I don't work summers on my contract. So I have a summer schedule. The more than tentative schedule is going to be, this is the morning stream, which I will be doing. Well, I'm going to do a morning and a PM stream. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. It's going to start at this time. And then I'll have for me, it's a PM stream, which will start 6 hours later. So we'll do this for about 4 hours. I'll take a couple hours off to let my voice rest, get some food, and then we'll do a PM stream. I've got the PM stream up for today and tomorrow, and then I'll start having this one up. I need to, in the background, it's easier to have streams in a series if I can reuse the settings off the first one. So I just don't have those scheduled yet. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Settings wise, I didn't really change much. We are in English. I've turned the volumes way down. In fact, I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna up that a little bit. How's that music for you guys? Let me know if that's too rockin'. Other than that, I've made a few changes in here. Yeah, we'll talk about these when we get here. Is there anything else I want to call out? I really like this, by the way. The Taiwupedia is our in-game encyclopedia, Wikipedia. And it's got a lot of information. I really like that they have this display level. So simple is just like, a cat is a mammal, it's a domesticated predator. And then there's gonna be details, which will give you more. And then there's Grandmaster, which will give you like the formulas. So I'll show you that because I'm sure we're gonna be in the Taiwupedia, but I thought that was really nice. Some people get really overwhelmed if you were on like that Grandmaster screen to start with, but I really appreciate games that try to make it so I don't have to Alt-Tab out to look something up. So I really appreciate that. Beyond that, I don't think I have much else to say about settings. Yeah, it is what it is. The tutorial here, I've, as you can see, I've completed them all. I love the art on this, by the way. This was pretty long and definitely worth doing. Don't try to jump into this game without playing the tutorial. I'll definitely say that. It's okay, and I have a hearing problem. Try the middle one. The middle one for which? Okay, let's hop in here. I did have my test character here. I'm gonna delete him. And I did want to show this too. I thought this was really cool. The first time I was in here, I was like, well, this is weird. Why is it cut off funny? You can click and move it. And this is actually like the ongoing story of that character. I thought that was pretty cool. It's got stuff that we've done, or in this case, haven't done yet. But I thought that was pretty cute. I really liked that. This is a type of game that you're going to be playing for quite a long time. And if you had to set the game down for a while, this would actually kind of help a little bit to get yourself back into it. Long-term games are really hard to pick back up. If you're like me and you have restart-itis, that'll definitely help. Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. You are being deleted. Also, I have to say, the UI is really slick. It really reminds me of Amplitude Studios and their games, which I always thought was like one of the slickest UIs, especially when it first came out with, oh shoot, I just lost their games. But whatever, Amplitude Studios games, their UI really reminds me of that. Okay, so I believe if we have unlocked certain sword mounts, I think these open up and you could start at certain points or something. I obviously have not done that, so we're starting fresh here. Oh, we can actually see all of them when we open it up. That just defaults what's going to be open when we're in game. Okay, let's create, and I'm gonna shut up.
The nexus of all sentient sins. Those it corrupts fall from grace, losing their sanity to become monsters. Taiwu, the selfless one, void of self. One is void of demons. Wielding the Fuyu hilt to redeem the lost, this power endures forever. "370 years ago, the first Taiwu rallied the 15 sects. With 9 divine swords, they swore to destroy Jiangshu forever. Fuyu, the essence of 9 divine swords combined. The sworn nemesis of Xiangshu. The Fuyu hilt served as a vessel, within which the strength of generations of Taiwu has been gathered and sealed. A legacy passed down and down. The sword carries the heart carries the world. Countless lives were saved. Until the Fuyu hilt reached the 7th Taiwu. Just when all believed the Fuyu would last forever, it vanished without a trace. And so, nearly a century slipped into history.
Okay. Yeah, I like that intro quite a bit myself. I thought that was pretty cool. I think a comparison I've seen made, and I do kind of agree, kind of an Avatar situation. Like, we have like past memories that are passed down through this this hilt. The art style, now that I think about it, actually kind of reminds me of Avatar a little bit too. Okay, character creation. If you like chunky character creators, I got a character creator for you. I spent about 3 hours just clicking around in here the first time. Like I said, I have 10 hours and I didn't make it through the full tutorial. Just to put our expectations correct. So you can pick your various character. These are the presets, and then we can come in here and change them up. I think I am going to use the same one that I made there. I just think he's all right. Like a lot of these games, Tale of Immortal comes to mind. The different presets will give you a different starting charm. So this is not like a charisma stat necessarily. It's literally how attractive your character is. If we go to, like, we could play as that dude. We would be monstrous, or we could play as her, who's ethereal. And charm, people are going to like you more if you're more charming, basically. And then I want my... Oh, did Babel do something horrible? Where's my preset? How do I get back to my preset? No. Here we go. Here we go. All right, yeah. We're going to play this gentleman right here. You can be male, female, and then you also have, I believe, male, feminine, and then I think there's female masculine. So you could play as an effeminate guy or a tomboy if you are so inclined. You have an age slider. At 16 years old, the game will not let me have facial hair. That's totally not true. I actually grew my goatee when I was 16 in high school, and it wasn't wispy. Thank you very much. So very unrealistic game right there, I will say. I think you got to get to 20 to get the mustache, and they're horrible mustaches. I think you need to get to 30 to grow a beard, so I was just way ahead of my time. My cultivation was too strong. I'm not going to go through and fiddle with any of that, but I'll just flip through here. There's a decent amount. Sometimes these games have like 3 hairs or something. There's front hair and then back hair. That's another one I struggled with a little bit. I didn't realize there was back hair, and I was like, why does everyone have this top knot? And then, of course, the mustache and beard, if you're so inclined. You can fiddle around with the face. And again, pretty good things you can mix up here. Clothing covers, I didn't fiddle with that too much. I think right away when I put some clothes on in game, we're gonna change anyways, so I'm not gonna fiddle with that too much. So this is gonna be our boyo here. Okay, region of birth. So this is my first actual tip. Something that Babel learned. You can actually scroll out with your mouse wheel, and you can hold left click and move the map. I think a lot of people are gonna think that like this is all you can select from because the UI kind of looks like that's the edge of China or something. There's a whole big island here that you can pick from. So we have region of birth and then the terrain type of our city or our settlement that we're gonna manage. So, well, this game's already spoiled it for you. We are gonna go with the Swordsmith Villa for our playthrough, but I will click around here just to show off what we got. These do kind of change. I don't think you have to play the sect of where you're at, but it would make sense to me that it would be a lot easier to interact with them if your village is in their territory, at least when you're getting started. So we have all different ones: Lion Face Clan, Valley of Flowers. This is like medical people, but also a little bit of poison. We have the Yunnan 5 Immortal sect. I believe these are like villainous. This is an evil sect. Yeah, evil sect here. They do like poisons. They have whips. That's how you know they're evil. We have the Immai sect. These are one of the big 3 in this game. Jade Maiden sect. This is your women only sect that does, I believe, there's swords, fist, finger, and instruments. Excuse me. We have the Wudang sect. So Yi's sect has survived. He was a good grandmaster, apparently. Guy even kind of looks a little bit like Yi. We have the Huanian Veil Scar. I believe these are like assassins. The Fulong Sanctuary. I think these are almost like thuggy bandit types. Sanguine sect, again, another evil sect. There's a pretty good like 50-50 on the evil sects in this game, I will say. Ranshan sect, 2 doctrines, itinerant scholarship and transcendent. Itinerant scholarship involves extensive learning and keen insight, compelling eloquence that leaves no scope for refutation. So kind of a warrior poet type people. We have the Yuan Shan sect. These are justice in the martial world. We have the Kwong Seng sect. These guys are kind of weird. Apparently they do something with like your life force. They do fist, fingers, kicking, and concealed weapons. I will also say, I believe this one... Are these the ones that actually can do goo? Goo as in like poison insects? I think they are. That's one that's often missing from cultivation games because it's a hard mechanic to capture, so very cool there. We have the Vajra sect. This reminds me very much of Wandering Sword. If you watch through that one, our not friend... are very much not friends from that game, was one of these. But we are going to start over here with Swordsmith Villa. So this is going to be like a, we do forging and swords. We're definitely like, if there's a spectrum of wushu to shangchai, so from sword heroic tales to our actual cultivation. This is definitely more on the wushu side. And I think the game in general is kind of like that. It's a little more on the wushu side, but it's definitely got cultivation elements in there too. Okay, so we're going to start there. I don't know enough to really say much about this. I have heard that the Wudang sect is a pretty good one to start with. I've heard Shaolin is pretty good to start with, and that Swordsmith Villa is pretty good. This one sounded fun, so we're going to start with that. Let's actually see what we got going on here. So we are going to be in the Fujian Fuzhou. Fuzhou's population is large and its maritime trade sector is very developed and prosperous. It's filled with banyan trees and is known as the Banyan City. Located here is the Champion's Armament Headquarters, Swordsmith Villa. Swordsmith Villa is located at Mount Zanlu. Legend has it that it was established by Ao Yazi, the founder of Swordsmith. With a long history, Swordsmith Villa is home to the most celestial weapons in the world, earning deep admiration from the martial artists. Swordsmith Villa martial artists consists of sword arts, blade arts. So for anyone who's new to the genre, sword arts are more like finesse-y, like straight swords, long swords, things like that. And blades are like big, chunky swords, like they're not cutlass, but almost like a cutlass look to them. Usually more of a strength thing, usually a little bit more of a finesse type thing, although that's not a great analogy. Polearm arts, which include staves and range weapons, mechanisms. So these are not like dart throwers, these are like hidden weapon, well, they're not really hidden weapons, but mechanisms. It's the best way to say it. These arts trace their lineage back to the great swordsmith Ao Yazi. Renowned worldwide for their technical perfection, these techniques may achieve absolute supremacy when combined with a legendary weapon. Swordsmith Villa is a neutral sect. Its mindset leans more towards moderation, and it's home to many moderate individuals. So that's going to inform how we're going to build our character a little bit. If we click sect martial arts, we can come in here and see the ones that we know about, and I believe these are ones that we just don't know. They don't share them with the world. Apparently they only have one of the max level, so that's interesting. We have key arts, footwork arts, unique arts, sword arts, blade arts, polearm arts, and ranged weapons. Obviously we're going to want some of most of that. I don't really know enough to comment too much, and we're not going to start with these, so I'm not going to bother reading through them at the moment. What we do want to see here is down here. Recommended key attribute by sect. We want fire. Overcoming attributes are going to be, I believe it is metal and water. I believe that's the two. And then the Taiwu innate attributes is wood. I don't know why wood is purple. That's a weird one to me. And then we got to pick the terrain that our village is going to be part of. I'm planning on, at least for this character, he's going to be like a blacksmith type guy. So we're going to pick mountains. Mountains stand tall with majestic peaks and strange rocks rise in cluster. Resource output, rich in metal with jade and fabric, suitable for development of martial arts, literature, astrology, smithing, jewel crafting, and Taoism. So I think this is a decent combo for what I want to do. Like I said, I'm playing a little bit blind here. Let me pop into chat for just a second. I'm not trying to ignore you guys, but I am trying to move us forward a little bit. Choose a location for your village based on industry. Local sect influences local population, what they're good or bad at. No need to stick. Yeah, I do believe that we are, at some point at least, going to want to get skills from other people. Fist, finger, and instrument. Oh, gosh. I love the color code for good and evil. All industries are fun or are used for different items. Just choose whatever you want to do for your character. Yeah, I'm going to start with like blacksmithing, and I'd like to do cooking too. Perfect. I almost bought the game the other day. Now I can see whether I really want to welcome in. Hey, Rosetta Stone. I haven't seen you since like House of Legacy. How you doing, man? Like if you want to focus on smithing, there'll be some ore. Yeah. 5 immortals can do the goo. You can get them in yourself and die. Yeah, I do really want to do that, but I think it's better that we start with a kind of vanilla character. This is such a deep game. One of the things that I read as advice was, if you start with something really complicated, A, it's really easy to die, and B, it's really hard to read the combat and understand why you're losing. So I'm gonna pick something relatively straightforward. I'm gonna make a really good sword, and then we're gonna stab people with it. That's the game plan. Swordsmith is the best weapon skill, special mechanical birds, mainly neutral and fire skills. Martial art tiers aren't the end all, even a low tier skill 9. Okay, good to know. Yeah, we'll go through and we'll fiddle with the months. Argosla, hey, heyo, first time catching you live. Found you through the Dominions content. Well, welcome in, man. Yeah, the Dominions content's got a really nice little resurgence at the moment. I think it's General Confusion started playing. He's a pretty popular strategy channel, so yeah, welcome in, glad to have you. Feel free to comment any questions you have on the Dominions videos, by the way. I do actively watch those comments. I think wood is purple because the poison theme and because earth is green. I mean, I guess that makes sense. In my mind, earth is always brown, but you know, it is what it is. I missed the start of the stream. Are you intending to stream this game as your morning stream for the summer? Yes, Union. Assuming that it does all right, we are definitely doing it. So yeah, I've been looking forward to this game for like 5 years. Okay, so we're starting with Swordsmith's Villa. Let's move forward. Hey, they even saved my character stuff. That's unusual, but appreciated. So, for anyone who knows, I do not have great pronunciation of Chinese. So you're welcome to give me hints. I will still say it wrong. You'll just have to forgive me. I believe something along the lines of Dihun Dun, something like that. We can just call him Dihun or Dun, whatever you want to pronounce it. My understanding, this would translate basically to Earth Soul Dole. A little play on instead of being like Fing for like sword or sharp, he's Dole. We'll talk about old Dihun Dun in here in a second. He's going to be of the moderate. Okay, so yeah, we did pick a wood attribute, so you're all right. I should switch that up. So, okay, let me ask you, Jenny. Here's your first question. In this game, I don't understand the chi flow. Do I want my base to be wood because it feeds the fire arts, or do I want to match my arts to my chi? So I'll have fire chi to put into my fire arts. Call Me Lemonade says, Happy Juneteenth. Well, I hope we have a good one. Always bugs confusing me how poison in Asian games is purple. I mean, poison is usually green or purple. I mean, I see that in Western stuff too. You want to match what you specialize in. Okay. Yeah. So because there's a lot of language barrier between the fan translation and it being in Chinese originally, my research was greatly hampered by that. So I have a little bit of Gemini whispering in my ear things that may not have been true. Okay, so I don't want this then. We want a fire. Yeah, let me look around here for a second. Okay, so I believe these are fall months. Tiger is, I think this is October is Tiger, if I remember right. So Destiny, we could be a snake. Could be a horse. We could be, is there only 2 fires? I guess there's only 2 fires. So we should be either Destiny of Snake or Horse. So these are going to be your birth month. Want to match what you specialize in, just take fire. You want fire buffs. You can also adjust it. Yeah, I did see that you can adjust it through either cultivation or through manuals. Press F to see the trait that you will get. Okay, so here's what I was talking about earlier. So birth time, we're in the Taiwupedia here. If we have birth month, and if we click view details, it'll show us this. Okay, that's super helpful, thank you. Yeah, those are like the perfect types of tips, by the way. Just if I'm actually doing the thing, trying to get like front load me with information isn't gonna work because it's so dense. So thank you, that's perfectly where we need it. Okay, so yeah, there are only 2. I guess there's only 2 woods too. I don't know why I thought there were more. And this actually matches pretty close to Amazing Cultivation Simulator for having to do your breakthroughs during certain times of the year. So if you are into that game, here you go. Okay, so snake or horse, and we can see what we're gonna get. I assume this is what you mean by the trait that we're gonna get. This game has a built-in, yes, yeah. And it's, at least so far, it's pretty good. I've spent probably 5 hours reading it, just to put that in perspective. It's best to pick 1 to 3 elements to play with and ignore 2 of them. Yeah, right, because there's going to be the feedback. What is root bone? I believe the root bone, it seems to have to do with cultivation. It's like blood storage, and I think I needed it to recuperate after I took medicine. We'll mouse over all those things as we kind of get to them. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this is the trait that you were mentioning. Let's see what we have. So we could be a snake month, born in the fertile rains of the month of the snake, where spring tea scents in the air and peace reigns within. Those born this month are clever, adaptable, and love fiercely. That actually sounds a lot better than rabbit, personality-wise, for old Dwan here. So we'd lose some composure. We would get wit, enthusiasm, root bone, and comprehension. Or we could be a horse. You guys could bet on me if I was the horse. Born in the abundant rains of the month of horse, where the rivers swell and grain begins to ripen. Those born in this month are brave, passionate, and unyielding. Ooh, I like that one too. I like both of those. For the build we're gonna do, I'll be honest, horse is way better because we're gonna do strength and constitution. The trait I mean is that you get the 35. Oh, yep. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, we're gonna go with horse. Great tip, thank you. Horse. Yeah, that actually makes everything even better for me here. And then we have a personality-wise, so we can go from principled. This is kind of like, this is a bad analogy, but like lawful good. This is your super righteous wushu character. And then we have benevolent, moderate, rebellious, and egocentric. So this is like I don't really want to say it's a scale from good to evil, but it's a scale from good to evil. Because the faction we're going to start with is moderate, we're going to start with moderate. When we get into situations and we have to pick a dialogue option, usually it seems to be there's one for each of these. There also was a setting that you could like limit yourself, that you could only say things according to it, but I'm not going to turn that on, at least not right now. I want to be able to pick freely, but we'll probably stick with our personality here. Personality influences how people interact with you. Yep. Hey CFD, good to see you too. Your Tale of Immortal series was my first introduction. No matter you end up playing, you will be a cultivation expert I learn from. I hope so. It's going to be a lot of learning from me too, though. This is such a chunky game. Unfortunately, I did not get early access or anything. I would have loved to have had 50 hours in this already, just so I could explain things better. Okay, yeah, that's what we're doing here. Okay, here, character attributes. So this is a little bit of a weird one to me. Custom initial attributes are not yet enabled. I don't know why I wouldn't want to enable that. I guess if you were really confused or something, I'm definitely going to enable that. And I'm going to guess because everything else is saved. Are my other things in here saved? No, they're not. Okay, so this is where we hit things that are not saved. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on, so you can do initial stats. So they have like a pre-built character for each of the sects. I think that is amazing. If for like starting the game blind, this is so helpful, because one of the problems with a game like this that's so big is choice paralysis, because it's like, how much strength do I need? Do I need agility for this build? And so like it's very easy to have choice paralysis. So we're gonna start with a basis that is Swordsmith Villa, and we're gonna do that. And then and then that gives us a basis to start with, and then we can talk about it and make changes. So big thumbs up from me on this one. I really appreciate that. It also will auto change your place of birth and mindset. So again, if you had those previous 2 screens and you were confused, this will just align it for you. They completely changed the way. Yeah, I did notice that. Like I said, I was trying to do a little bit of Gemini research and it was very confused. It definitely was not up to date. Okay, here is our feng shui elemental wheel. If you've played Amazing Cultivation Simulator, it's the same. If you haven't, here's the basis. So in feng shui, different elements feed and oppose each other. So for example, wood feeds fire, right? You use wood to stoke the fire, and water would overcome fire. You'd put fire out with water. So those are your basic ones. But then fire itself feeds into earth. So I imagine this one kind of like the fires inside of the earth cause lava, so like it produces earth. Think about it that way. And then from earth, it produces metal. And then with metal, you can make a cup which holds the water. And then water nourishes the wood. So that's the positive flow. But then you have the overcoming, which would harm you. So fire also overcomes metal. So we could melt metal with fire. So there's a whole like flow to it. Since you picked on fire, I'd recommend that you use wood and earth skills. Yep. Yeah, that is my understanding there too. So we mouse over this. Searing Yang, that renders one's mind resolute. Yin Yang is generally like the yin yang symbol, and often Yang is like male energy and Yin is female energy, and then they have various attributes that generally go with them. I don't think I want to go deeper on that at the moment. So fire martial art, power cap is increased by 30%. Metal is decreased by 30. If we use a water martial art, we'll take recoil damage and we'll have inner breath chaos. We don't like inner breath chaos. Current region set to swordsmith, recommended is fire. And then recommended sect would be Wudang Swordsmith or Hulung Sanctuary. So we're good there. That's all in alignment. Okay, talents. Talents are extensive. This is a little bit on the life sim side of the game, but it also has other ramifications. I don't know enough really to say too much about this, other than there are fine arts, there's martial arts, there are and then that's what we have here. And then you have a growth type. So you could be balanced, which means that your growth, I think, is pretty steady through your life. You could be an early bloomer or a late bloomer. I think I'm just going to leave it balanced because I don't really have a strong opinion there. Wudang once more. We're not going to start with Wudang. We're going to start with the Swordsmith Villa. I like the idea of I have a very strong game plan. We're going to be good at blacksmithing. We're going to make good swords, and then we're going to stab people with them. So we're going to stick to that plan. Okay, so again, I don't really have too strong of opinions here. I really want good smithing because I want to be able to make my own weapons. Obviously, I'd want more of everything, but you can't have everything. You get 800 points to spread out. I also want to be good at culinary arts. Like, I want to be a smith and I want to be able to learn how to cook. So that's kind of my plan there. According to this, we also start with good carpentry and jewel crafting. I think those all kind of, the smithing, carpentry, and jewel crafting, I think all kind of go together for crafting. And then for martial arts talent, we have key arts, we have unique arts. So these are the various things. We want to be able to use blades and swords, polearms, and ranged weapons. So it looks like it's pre-done those for me. Those are the ones that this sect uses, so that's what I'd like to be good at. Hey, David. Hi, Bevel. Hi, chap. Happy Juneteenth. Welcome in, man. How many waifus in the sect? We shall see. We shall see. Yeah. Okay, I don't know enough. Can I get away with lowering some of these? Like, Wiki, I think this is basically like Go. If I was to lower that more to raise my cooking, how many regrets would I have? I see some of my stuff has 20, so I assume that it's okay to be pretty bad at these. I don't think I would. Yeah, and these are different points. You can min-max. Okay, I'm gonna lower that by 20. So I don't know. We just don't got time for games, and I'm gonna raise my cooking by 20. Like I said, I just don't know enough to know what I don't know. So there we go. I'm a little bit better at cooking. That's what I'm going with. Okay, attributes. Okay, here's one. Now let me get my little cheat sheet here. Although it has changed slightly because we changed our birth date. Throw this on my other screen. All right, so I think for what we want to do, we need a lot of strength and constitution. So according to this, what did I all change? On this sheet, I had lowered my root bone, but I don't think I actually need to do that because we're gonna have different stats than I had the first time. Let's come back to this screen here in a second. I think I need to get to 75 strength, but we're gonna get some strength from something else also. These stats are, oh, I can't mouse over them here. They give us multiple things. So strength actually has like substats, let's call them that we use for very much stuff. Cooking power, yeah, that's right. Earning the affections of the Jade Beauty's food cooking. Way to her heart is through her stomach, apparently. I suppose if you're using a bladed weapon, that could be a pretty good martial art. Food's good to consume before combat. Think Monster Hunter. Yeah. Makes good gifts. I was refilling the coffee away from the comp. I thought you said prostitution instead of constitution. I mean, that might be a stat too. I don't know. Okay, so I do want to end up with more strength than we currently have. Let's come back to this in a second though. So traits. So we have traits here, but then we're also going to have origin and other traits. So there's a couple things going on here. Again, I don't know what I don't know. So yeah, let's look and see what this character starts with. Also, one thing cool, you can click on these and you can get various different points. So this, we put like 2 in here. Some of these allow you to lower or raise them. Yeah, like physical might. This is giving us 10 valor and 10 strength. If I put 3 points in here, we could have 30 strength. So these are like a scale. When I first came in here, I thought this was like an on or off. So right now we have wooden plane, gives us extra valor, fortitude, extra crafting. We have physical might, which gives us 10 more strength. I don't think that's shown here. So that takes us to 70 strength already, right? Like I said, I do think we want to get to 75 is just kind of the number that I kept seeing thrown around. I don't know if that's true. In rude health, oh, hold on, I didn't read those. Wood plane, always staring at chairs, tables, and various carpentry implements since birth. They reach towards a wooden plane during their first birthday ceremony. They do like a divination thing when they're like during your first birthday. They put objects in front of you, and then whichever one the baby like tries to grab is supposed to tell you like their destiny. They are of an impressive build, endowed with great strength. That means they can overcome others without exerting their full power. In rude health, they've been tougher, stronger than their peers since birth. Illness rarely affects them at all. Acute senses. Their hearing is sharp, their eyesight keen, meaning they can discern things that would slip unnoticed by most others. Sharp wit. Wit plus 10, comprehension plus 10. An active mind and quick wit render them able to speak as if enunciating poetry. Boy, I could use some of that. Something that wins them wide praise. Tenacious. Tenacious and valor are words that you could describe their personality. They act after careful deliberation and don't let trifling matters impact their judgment, composure, and willpower. Innately able. Gifted from a young age, they excel as an all-rounder in all studies and physical pursuits they set their mind to, able to infer understanding between disciples. Lifespan, luck, strength, agility, willpower, constitution, root bone, and comprehension. Finally, focused key. Without prior guidance, they're fully able to amass and control their inner key. 5 wit and casting speed plus 20%. Now, okay, here's a question. Is casting speed all skills? When I do my sword skill and it has to cast, is that cast speed? Or is this specifically for things that they call spells? That was one thing I did not know. Yeah, long limbs also looks good. I don't know if I want to change anything. I think for this, I'm just going to leave it because I just don't know enough. And as we can see here, we're getting more constitution, more agility. What I'm mostly worried about is getting enough strength. Casting speed is all skills. Okay, perfect. I don't want to get rid of that for sure. I wonder if there's a playable build. Well, Prissy, I think that there's a sect that plays with lifespan. by my understanding, like you extract your own lifespan, but then you can steal it from others, and etc. etc. How fast your weapon attacks. Okay, I gotcha. So I think this would be really good for us too. Is there a way? What could I take away? Wit and comprehension. We're gonna have kind of low wit and comprehension. Well, I guess we start with 50. Maybe we're not sharp-witted. So how do I? Okay, there we go. We could get 1 point, and then we could have some long limbs. Their feet and hands are nimble, faster than other peers. They're as agile as a monkey. I like the idea of the move speed and the attack speed. And we'll just give it like the 1 point. Oh wow, you could be really fast. Okay, so I think that's what we're gonna start with again. I just don't know enough here. Okay, yeah, let's do the next screen, then we'll come back and talk about that. Oh, they saved my traits. Okay. Yeah, because I guess when I saved that preset, they saved my character that I had made. Okay, excellent. There was one thing I wanted to change in here, though. I want to remove that. Okay, so these are like life experience or things like that. Another set of traits, basically. Some of them require a certain amount spent to be able to unlock things that are further down. Again, I just don't know what I don't know, so this is what we're going to go with. And then I need to pick one more yellow trait. Or I guess we just have one free point of something we can get. Okay, so we are going to take Tempered Strength. You hold your own even when facing off against wild tigers in the Deep Valley, with strength exceeding that of most normal people. Each generation of Taiwu gains strength bonus plus 20, monthly strength recovery plus 50. Strength is going to be one of our main stats, so having that recovery I think is pretty good. Strength increases characters' force and resistance, enhancing their proficiency in corresponding offense and deflection. Strength also boosts power and martial arts and equipment that they rely on. It's best to pick one tree and get the in trait, yeah. Pathmaker. You often have to break rocks to get through deep valleys. Your physical penetration and key penetration are higher than normal, and you can deal more damage. Flood Guard. You often face flash floods alone. Your physical and key defense are higher than normal. Nature's Nurture. You've lived long and simple, honest life in the Deep Valley from a young age. Your constitution exceeds that of most normal people. Each generation gets extra constitution, and you recover it faster. Collector's Bounty. This is a wealth trait, so we moved into the middle here. How am I liking the game so far? I have about 10 hours, and about 6 of them are reading, but my initial impression is pretty good. I would say there's a little bit of translation stuff. Everything that's translated, like you can see on screen, is fine. Like, that's totally readable. But I've ran across a few things that are not translated. I use Google Lens on my phone, and it does an okay job of doing the translations. At least in the early game, it hasn't been a problem, but I'm also kind of used to these games. It's on the good side of translation, though, I'll say that. Okay, so this is, after wide searches and long-term accumulation, various resource core materials have been collected over the years. This is something to do with crafting. Again, I don't really know what I don't know, but I picked things that sounded like they would help me as a blacksmith in the mountains. Gold pieces, we start with some extra money. Infant finery. As a babe, all you were wrapped in was 2 fine yet blood-stained brocade garments, perhaps once worn by your parents. They are now in the storehouse untouched. Obtain 2 Tier 5 sanguine robes. It possesses special equipment trait, Bloodied Swaddling Quilt. Bloodied Swaddling Quilt. All aspiration seniority gain increased by 20%. Seeds of the World. Again, this is a resource thing. We found some various resources. Again, I picked things that sounded like they would be good for blacksmithing. There you go. I have to make blind decisions on a few of these. Natural Flow. Oh, no, hold on, I skipped one. Oh, I see. It cut out something I had already picked. I see. Natural Flow. Always excelling in the talents that draw on nature, you possess high aptitude in Buddhism, Taoism, appreciation, and culinary arts. I picked that for the culinary arts, mainly. Technical proficiency, we're good at smithing, carpentry, and jewel crafting and weaving, and chiseling blades. Your talents in sword, blade, polearm arts is exceptional, allowing you to break through them with greater ease. Okay, and then here, it took away one of my traits because I took away one of the prereqs. We need to spend 1 point so that I can pick one down here. Extra pills, creepy colony, extra poisons. I did have the horseback training. I don't think I want to start with this for various reasons. Taste of the Wild. You often illness where steam rises like cloud. Gain 1 portion of some different dishes. Obtain 100 cricket affinity. Increase chances of encountering champion crickets. I love the games where character creation takes a whole hour. Yeah, well, I got a game for you, then call me Lemonade. Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm just gonna pick that. We're gonna be good at getting crickets. What I want from down here is we're gonna take Legacy of Prosperity. You can't help but yearn for the ages of prosperity and the nexuses of legends from the stories told you since childhood. Taiwu Village construction space plus 30. All initial scale of all resource points in Taiwu Village are randomly increased 5 to 10 levels each. Construction space determines the maximum number of buildings that can be constructed in Taiwu Village. The higher the scale of resources, the more buffs and output they have. How do I, assuming that you're playing on normal, you pick a successor, whether it's your child or I think it can be like party members and things like that. Part of the main mechanic of this game is that we are kind of a reincarnator. That's my layman knowledge. Yeah, we're not doing spoilers here, so. Okay, so those are the traits we're gonna take. Again, I really wish it would show me the actual final numbers here. I'm almost wanting to move a little bit of Constitution over to Strength because I'm very concerned we're not going to get to like 75. Can we increase these stats once we're in game, Jenny? If I mess this up, am I going to be able to fix that? Or should I be a chicken and change that? Because I don't think we got there. That's plus 10, that takes us to 70. And then we're adding extra Constitution, extra Agility. 5 more, okay, that's 15. Okay, that takes us to 75. Maybe I don't need to worry. You can improve stats in many ways. Okay, then I'm happy enough with that. Okay, there's our traits. World detail. Okay, we're almost done with character creation. This is your difficulty. We are just gonna play normal. I got nothing to prove. At this difficulty, a small legacy bonus is granted to help strengthen your next successor. And then there's Abyss mode. In Abyss mode, you may enable any Abyss challenges to introduce new variables to your run. Enabling Abyss challenges grants corresponding Abyss points, which can be spent on Abyss bonuses. We're not obviously gonna do anything to make it harder. So we're just gonna do that. Ordeal is normal, opportunity is normal, training is normal, is what it is. Yellow or challenging. I'm gonna start on normal. I believe we can turn this up in game, right? Maybe after our first life. Yeah, I think let's just start there. I got nothing to prove, and I would rather have an opportunity to learn more before we get into like a death spiral. Other settings. Description guide. I don't know if this is gonna reset, but this thing, one complaint I do have, they bombard you with these. Absolutely bombard you with these, and I don't know. I don't have a good solution for that because you do need a lot of these tips, but man, sometimes you have 43 of them. It's ridiculous. We're gonna start on just the simple. Like I said, we can always expand those when we want to read them. Mindset limitation. Mindset determines the event options available to Taiwu, contributing to a more grounded experience. So if we turn that on, it limits what we can choose. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I like to roleplay, so every once in a while there might be an option that doesn't go along with our character. And I believe that if you click enough of those, you actually can change your mindset. So yeah, that I'm gonna leave that off. Random successor. When Taiwu dies or reaches mania, if no heir exists, determines a random successor will appear so Taiwu clan legacy can continue. It's game over once the Taiwu clan is left without an heir. I really don't want to turn that on, but how bad of an idea is that? I'm okay with getting a game over. I kind of like the idea that we need to be a little bit careful to make sure we always have an heir. You can change difficulty when you die. I recommend changing population. The number of active characters in the world. The larger the population, the more intricate and connected the Taiwu world becomes. The larger population, the greater hardware performance is required. The world population setting cannot be changed after starting. Any party member can inherit Taiwu. Okay. Why specifically would you suggest turning up the population? And then, yeah, I'm not going to change any lifespan stuff. I was planning on leaving this on normal, but like I said, I don't know what I don't know, so I'm willing to hear you out. It makes the world more alive. Okay, I'm gonna click it up 1 because I'm not brave enough to click it up 2. More events. Is it? So my frame of reference is Tale of Immortal, and in Tale of Immortal, it actually was kind of annoying to have too many characters, but it also sucked to have too few. Is that kind of the same here? Hey Andrew, how you doing, man? Are you off on summer? Actually, have you graduated? I'm trying to remember where you were at. Reminds me of playing Stellaris and accidentally saying your first every menu has 10-minute explanation. Yeah, it's gonna be like that. Hours checking everyone's stats in Tale of Immortal. All right. Would high be enough for us, or would you strongly suggest going up to very high? Makes it so the maximum population of the world sustains is higher. High is good. Okay, well, I'll take your advice. We'll just go with that. Okay. Expand scroll. All right, just a short hour of character creation. Man, I'm speedrunning this for Babel. Okay, here's another minor tip. If you mouse over the dialogue, you can turn this size up a little bit. So I'm gonna make that really big unless we have problems, just because it's a little easier for you guys to read. I really wish the rest of the UI could scale. There are some that are a tiny bit tiny. Yeah, look at this. It's already doing the thing. Now, I'm gonna open this just to show. This opens up the Taiwupedia. You can always come back in here and read them later. So you don't feel pressured that you have to read it right now. But these menus are really important that we know what we're doing. I do wish you could scale this, but even for my old man eyes, it hasn't been too bad. At least I haven't been like leaning forward to squint at anything, so that's probably a good sign that it's all right. You're okay. I'm younger than you think. In your third year. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you were on your senior year. Had to pay a guy to make you an EverQuest 1 mod back in the day to increase font size. Yeah. Some of the stuff we play, I sit a little further back than I normally do because I've got a microphone like just out of frame. And so like every once in a while, something's just a little tiny for me. I'm bat blind without my glasses. So yeah, it sucks when that's the case. And I've got these bright lights, which don't help. That makes it quite a lot worse, actually. Okay, now, okay, so this is what we're gonna see for character dialogue, by the way. So this is Dihun here, or Dun here, our character, and our foster father over here from the intro video. Now we shall learn about the upside down strike from Kong Seng sect. This technique emphasizes Head down, feet up, reversing top and bottom. It is not a technique of brute strength, but a form aimed to surprise your opponent and strike from where they least expect it. Its departure from the norm will occasionally save you in a pinch, but it's certainly not a powerful martial art by any stretch. You've told me about techniques from every sect, Father, yet all you do is have me practice ordinary Emperor Long Fist. Ha, silly boy, have you not heard of the saying that those who practice martial arts should begin with this fist? In that regard, the Emperor Long Fist is the predecessor of all fist techniques. Its simplicity makes it ideal starting point for beginners. Alright, so here's our dialogue. I believe numbers will let you pick from that. So I have a gaming mouse, so sometimes I may use the numbers on my mouse just because I'm lazy and pick things. Also on here, you can view your character. So here's our character sheet. I don't want to go deep into this right now, but we can hop into getting our character sheet. We can see inventory. We can see relations. Yeah, again, see what I mean about that? Here's 16 quick tips for you. Yeah, I don't have a solution for that, but man, game, you really hit hard on those. I was reading all those. That's why it took me so long to get through the tutorial. Our mood is ordinary. Foster father, we don't have any stats on him yet. I can tell just from the way you're describing it, it's not something extraordinary. Minute loop, Emperor Long Fist. Haha, I like how you pick up wisdom from my words, boy. How arrogant. Let me ask you, what do you consider to be extraordinary when it comes to martial arts? I like armed combat. All right, so I think, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I'm gonna read every choice. I think I'm gonna mostly read the choices that I'm gonna pick, unless it's like a story choice and I'm gonna let you guys give me some feedback. You can have an opinion on that if you want, but there's already going to be so much reading in this game. I don't think that's worth it. So, the Dihun Dun sounds like a mystical technique out of a storybook. It must be so powerful it's beyond the scope of martial arts. Okay, that one would be, I do not believe in this absurd superstition, but I have heard the Dihun Dun and the study of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Since you have shown interest, this Boguan 5-element blade technique would be perfect. Hold on, I think I need to think this through. That's not the one I want. I remember you saying Wu Dang's Taji Fist was able to overcome speed and patience and defeat forces with methodical contemplation. This must be true of all martial arts. Yes, this is what I want. Oh, let me jump in chat here. It's zipping on me. If I miss a comment from you guys, I'm not trying to ignore you, so my apologies if I miss anything. What starting art you pick influences your character gaining a weapon skill? Yeah, I did see that when I ran through the tutorial. I have a feeling that when I get Solar Nations 2 and attempt to play Ukraine as 2025, it's going to be pure suffering. I bet you it is, because you'll start at war, Vol. Meanwhile, when you pick up Cultivation Manual, just pick whatever. Get a boost 1 attribute, rest over time. Yeah. What's my lighting setup? I have 2 Elgato key lights at like 30 and negative 30 for my, like you can see here if I shade myself. And then I've got some just room lights off on the side. I've tried turning them down a little bit, but if they're not bright enough, the green screen starts sparkling like I'm a vampire or something. So this is about as low as I can take that and not have my green screen act up. 15 tips, dude. Rosetta, that's a small number. Like I said, they're all in the Taiwupedia though. So while I do suggest reading them, I'm not going to do them live unless it's super relevant. Hey Tim, Babble's streaming. It's Friday. I should be in bed. Well, you're making a great decision by staying up and watching this stream. That's all I can tell you. Would casting gun be considered an extraordinary martial skill? What would be considered a skill, apparently. Okay. Yeah. Ha! But can you really achieve such feats? Are you truly capable of defeating speed with patience, starting last but finishing first? Those are things that you used to say. exerting only minimal to achieve astonishing results. If fists do not interest you, perhaps Wu-Dang Elixir Sword would be more suitable for someone with a weak foundation like you. Please teach me the Wu-Dang Elixir Sword. Gave us a wooden sword and foster father's martial art lesson. This mouse wheel to scroll, or you can click and drag, and that's because I changed our zoom level. But I'm gonna stay on big, unless it cuts off options for us. Very well, listen closely. I shall impart the secrets of Wu-Dang Elixir Sword to you. This style contains many forms, yet mastering its core principles, seamless continuity, fluid adaptivity, is no simple feat. It demands a perfect alignment of mind, spirit, and blade. Once you grasp the fundamentals, you must study this manual diligently to truly master it. Remember, every martial art in this world can be channeled through two paths, orthodox alignment or heterodox alignment. Different methods yield different fruits. Let your own needs guide your devotion. 6 hours later, after flawless demonstration from both, the instruction came to an end. Study the Wu-Dang Elixir Sword. And he gave me manuals for them. Your talent is well suited to this martial art. However, even the greatest talent decays in the face of apathy. You must train diligently if you wish to master the secret it hides within. I will practice harder, I promise. I wonder if I can ever master all the martial arts in the world like you, father. Haha, silly boy, mastering all the martial arts in the world is not a feat worth gloating. Without the foundations of one's key arts, techniques become nothing but shallow form without substance. Key arts? That's right. The cultivation of your key art is of utmost importance. Your key is much akin to the free-flowing water, whereas your techniques are its vessels. Each vessel is the shape that requires your key to grant it substance. Once your key art becomes bottomless trove at your disposal, you will start to find that even the simplest technique can turn into an unstoppable force at the command of your hands. During my younger days, I created the Chant of Abundance. It will help bolster your ki and do wonders for your cultivation. Please teach me the Chant of Abundance. Tim says Babel is usually about 2 a.m. when I start. Yeah, Tim, I moved to my summer schedule. So I'm going to be starting at, for me, it's 10 a.m. and we're going to stream for 4 hours. I'm going to take a couple hour break and then we will stream for 4 hours for me at 4 p.m. So a little bit earlier for those evening streams, but I also added this morning stream, which is much more friendly for most of the world, actually. And I'll be doing that on Fridays, Saturdays, Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. So 5 days a week, you'll get as much babble as you can handle. I know it's still early, but the translations are amazing. Yeah, I have everything that's been translated has been perfectly fine to me. I've ran into a few things that were untranslated, but it hasn't been like pernicious. There is one thing that's annoyingly not translated, and I'll call it out when we get there. Well done indeed. That's my child. I shall teach you the Chant of Abundance. I created the Chant of Abundance in my younger days. It does wonders for your cultivation of one's key art. When you practice it, your key must be guided from the Migmen acupoint to your Dun meridian, circulating up and down 7 times, before converging at the Shangzhong acupoint on your Rin meridian. It took 6 hours and some personal guidance from your foster father before you managed to master the technique. All right, I assume that these are color-coded to our key, so I think we go with powerful and overwhelming. That's our strength and fire. I'm pretty sure how that works. I hope so. Chant of Abundance. I knew you were talented. Despite so, the accumulation of your key arts is long and sedimented journey. You have mastered the mind methods of ki, but you do not conduct circulation diligently. You will never be able to convene a strong enough ki. I shall remember your teachings, father. Patience, my child. Once I finish dealing with that matter of great importance and settle the pact of 370 years, I will teach you all the crafts I've learned in this lifetime. It's just that important matter, the century-old pact. Though my foster father often mentioned it, he never explains it in great detail to me. Ha! It's too complex. Even I don't fully understand it. Since it's hard to explain, let's leave it at that. Finish the errands you have at hand, and then you can fetch me some crickets. What do you mean catch you some crickets? I'm busy training. I have no time for games. That stupid Taoist priest has a monster of a cricket called Jade Tail. that has defeated me at every turn. Oop, forget I said that. I'm definitely not sending you on an errand for my personal entertainment. Crickets you are capturing are of vital importance to your training. That's right. Go fetch some without haste. Father's betting on crickets with strangers outside the valley again. Chi is pronounced chi. I can Chinese. I will try to say chi. However, most of my background is in Japanese stuff where it's ki. So I will try to say chi, but I guarantee you I will say it ki sometimes. I am sure I will do that. I will try my best. That's a lot more babbling. It is a lot more babbling. I am super stoked though, Tim. I mentioned at the beginning, like yesterday I had like nervous energy. I was so excited to get streaming. I actually didn't stream on Wednesday, so that was probably the longest I haven't streamed for 3 whole days in like, I don't know, a year. It's an old gambling debt. I've been so fixated on training that I didn't even notice it's mid-autumn already. Just listen to all those insects chirping in the valley. No wonder Father itches for some good cricket fights. Oh well, time to find Father, the invincible great general that'll knock the socks off all of his competitors. You set out with your bug net. Alright, we have a tier 9 bug net. A fine mesh net used to capture crickets. Only those who have learned the age-old craft are able to put together such a tool. Can be used for cricket hunts. Microcosmic circulation. Unlock. Place a key art in the microcosmic circulation slot, and it will continuously circulate each month. To increase chi, grant microcosmic true chi and transfer the character's elemental chi. Continue or Taiwu. I'm going to open it for this one. So here's a whole bunch of stuff about that. And again, I just have these closed by default, but you can always open them up, and then they show you the formulas. You have such a big thumbs up to me. Can you imagine if Amazing Cultivation Simulator had this, and you didn't have to know the secret arts from Discord? It would be absolutely amazing. I really like, and this isn't even for just like a cultivation game. This is literally a really good in-game encyclopedia. Like, I'm very impressed by this. It also remembers things you had open. There's a setting that you can change that, but yeah, so like we were looking at this earlier, so here it is. I can close it, etc., etc. Babble's guarantee already delivered. I'll try, Tim. She is written as QI in the Pinyin pronunciation system, which is completely unintuitive and basically translated for Chinese Americans who speak Chinese. Yeah. Okay, so we unlocked that. Study. Place a book in the study slot. It will automatically be studied each month to cultivate the corresponding fine arts or martial arts. Okay, so let's do that. So here are microcosmic circulation. These are our our chi. I'm gonna try my best. This one's for you, Tim. I'm gonna try. We circulate true chi. These ones give us combat stats, I believe. I think because we picked red there, we got 20 to start with. So I think that was that choice we just made. Also, I believe Annihilation are basically our offensive combat arts. Protection are our protection ones. And then we have Nimble, and I'm not sure exactly what Acumen translates to. I don't know, some combat skill that I haven't got yet. So we only have one. We have the Chant of Abundance. I'll go ahead and put it in there. We could support that with another skill, but I don't have one to put in there. Also, what really made me think of Amplitude Studios UI, when I'm in here, I can right click to close that. I really like that. It's very intuitive. Okay, again, I have literally no idea this, so I'm not going to change anything. So apparently we're cultivating 15% of every element except for our fire, which we're doing 40%. Inherent circulation, celestial sense. After battle or debate, there's a chance to trigger instant circulation or celestial sense. Basically, we can get a circulation instead of having to wait a whole month. And then we use willpower to do that. Right click to close should be the new standard. So it depends. Sometimes right click to bring open a context menu, so I can see why they don't always use it. And this game does both. So this game does really good on that. They give you combat stats, purples for internal damage. Okay, yeah, and we're not going to be good at that, at least on this character. So that makes sense that that would be pretty low. Hey, Raw Weirdness, welcome in. Nice, a cool new game. Yes, a very cool new game. This game is ad-free. Do you mean the stream or the game? Yeah, there's no ads in the game. Reallocate my 401k. Dude, you haven't seen anything yet if you're worried about that. Okay, let's do our study. Okay, this is a really, both of these are very important systems, and I really like this system, although I don't fully understand it. So, we want to always be studying a book. We need to pick something that we would like to work on first. I think we're gonna start with our offensive skill. I don't know if that's a good choice or if we should start with our chi, but having an offensive skill would be very useful. Combat's very slow without one. I have 2 books of the same thing. This one, I think it's easier because it's in blue and that one's in red. Or maybe this is the oh, I know. That's the, I bet you that's the heterodox. I don't think this one matters. Am I right about that, Jenny? Is this a heterodox one? I bet you that's what that is. Hey, it only took me 10 hours to realize that. Swords are not exactly known for internal damage. Internal damage would be things like music or needles, yes. Okay, I did catch on. Okay, good. So, I don't think this skill has any difference in what it does, but I'm gonna do the orthodox method. Okay, so we start doing that. When we study it, it uses up a durability. We have a certain amount of study efficiency, and that is based on our stats and traits that we took, and I think various other things. There's a study requirement. We need 30 sword skill. We have 129, so yeah, we're really good at this. Then we can assign reference books, which I think is a really cool system. So, am I reading this right? Blue means this is what I'm gonna get once we finish a study session. And black is obviously we haven't done it yet. And then later on, these will be yellow, and that means I've studied it, but I can study it again. Is that how that system works? Okay, reference. We can have reference books, and then depending on how good of a reference it is for what we're studying, we get an efficiency bonus. So here, by studying the orthodox method, we can use a reference book of the heterodox method for a 60% efficiency gain. So, 168, 433%. Look at how much better that's going to be to study. You want it to be all blue. Yep, okay. I got that, thank you. All right, so yeah, we're going to use that as a reference, and we're going to get started. So after 1 month, if nothing else happens, we would finish these first, 4 chapters, and then we'd have 2 more to finish. A magical, mystical beast? I hope not. Later, you can relearn them and get better stats. Okay, good to know. You can choose the different methods. If you get more red, you'll get... Yeah, some of them have different things they do. I don't think any of these early ones do. But some of them will be like, hey, it's less requirements to cast. And the other one will be like, it hits harder. Things like that. I don't think I can add more yet because we haven't unlocked this. Or maybe. Oh, I can. Do all characters start with this? In my other playthrough, I swear I didn't actually have that. Yeah, so down here, any fine arts reaches 400. Did I just roll a lot of fine arts that I hit this? Good catch. I definitely... My other character I was playing, I don't think he had 2 slots. I think it said, like, you have to get to 200 fine arts. Okay, cool. Well, bam. That's amazing. Means my skills are high. Okay, so there's a pro tip for people. It might not be a bad idea to create a character that starts high enough that you can have 2 reference books, because now we're at 555%. That's pretty good. And let's go investigate. Is that what happened? So I'm going to open the screen. Where... It's not attainment. Yes, it is. Fine arts. Okay, so did we get to something really high? Is it just 100 that we had to get to? I thought it was 200 for some reason, but maybe that's the case, that we broke 100. Okay, yeah, my other character must have started at like 90. Okay, cool. So that's why we have that. Again, I'm not ready to go into these screens, but I just wanted to see if that was the case. So our total attainment is 194. Ah, here it is. I bet you it was 200. For some reason, we have 200 weaving. I bet you it was 200. Okay, is what it is. Is there anything else I want to show off while we're here? Oh yeah, what did our stats finally end up as? Okay, yeah, we did fine. 105 strength, 110 constitution, 65 agility, only 35 root bone. Let's actually talk about the stats, because I couldn't mouse over these for some reason in the other screen. So strength is your ability to wield brute force. It gives us force and resistances. Force is like if you played a tabletop game and you have like a skill check, it's kind of like that. So like we'll have an encounter that's like, there's a boulder. What are you gonna do? You could go around it and waste time. You could use some force to break the boulder or move it. You could use some agility to climb it. It's gonna work kind of like that. So strength is strength. Constitution represents our resilience and our endurance. Very defensive stat. Agility represents how agile we are, how nimbly we move. Root bone represents a character's innate quality, bone and blood quality. This increases a character's key penetration, key defense. So that's going to be a major weakness of ours, is key defense. Increases the power of martial arts, weapons, and armors that require root bone. Willpower represents our ability to wield our will and make judgment, does sway and poise. And comprehension. Comprehension represents our ability to understand and sense. Gotta bone up them bones? That's right. We gotta train up our bones. Skill sets. And then, yeah, this shows the stats that are derived from over here, or some of them. So we have composure, fortitude, valor, enthusiasm, and wit. Apparently we are not witty. We took that trait off, so again, that's going to be a weak point of ours. And then again, there's various combat stats. I don't think I want to go into that at the moment. Okay, let's get out of there. Okay, other things we can do that I learned. We can do these buttons. Focus. This would allow us to basically like practice our ki, like actually actively circulate it. It uses willpower and it uses energy. This is our energy. We can have up to 60. I don't know if anything changes that. We get 30 per month. This works very similar to Tale of Immortal. So we can move around on the world map, and it costs various amounts to move around or to do events. So like help somebody fix their cart costs 5 energy, things like that. And then when we run out of energy, we have to pass a month. So, and then the world will progress, people will move around. Very Tale of Immortal. It's a good system. Which bone is connected to the root bone? Well, I hope it's the hip bone. Hey, J-Rob, happy summer break. Have a good stream, Babble. I'm working through those Age of Wonders vids. Awesome. That's a fun playthrough. I'm really enjoying that. I wouldn't worry about energy unless you have over 60. Yeah. Okay, so, and then we recuperate things here. So we're going to recuperate 30 energy. Inner breath chaos. This is like deviation or like your ki going askew. I've heard it's very bad. So we do not want inner breath chaos. And then we have attribute recovery. So when we have those events, we might spend some of our strength. This is how you get it back. So we took traits that make our strength and our constitution recover very, very fast. So we'd really like to spend those when we're given the option, because we can get them back quicker. Yeah, that's what I want to say there. So we can actually focus. This is us actively, like, we're going to sit down and actually do some cultivation. I think I want to do some of that. And then we also can study. So for study, every 10 times we do this, it studies our books once. So I have literally no idea what the meta choice is, but Dihun Dun is a very good studious boy. He is going to sit down and he's going to do a little bit of studying. So I'm going to spend some comprehension. I recover 14 a month. Let's spend a little bit. So if I did this 5 times, I could recoup most of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I did half the amount I'm allowed. Well, no, I did half the amount of a current study session. I spent a little bit of comprehension and some energy. And then over here, I think I'm going to do the same thing. So it costs 3 willpower, and I would recover only 3. Okay, so we are not going to be good at just sitting down and cultivating, basically. And I would need to run that 10 times to get it done. So, yeah, that's a thing that we can do. That's a thing we're going to do. No, I'm trying to balance like tutorializing versus actually making progress. Let's make some progress. So, foster father said, "Go catch him a cricket." Let's go catch him a cricket. The moment Dihun Dun left the bamboo hut, a bush in the vicinity began to rustle. It turned out there was a little monkey hiding in it. Approach the little monkey. Yeah. Oh, you also can move with WASD. I'm going to try not to because I tend to fat finger and move incorrectly. Approach the little monkey. The little monkey's eyes widened and stared at Dihun as it saw Dihun approach. Dihun quickly recognized the little monkey as one of the had frequently come to Bamboo Hut begging for food. Examine the little monkey a little closer. Dihun notices that the little monkey has shallow wounds and small scars littered across its body. The monkey passes a few glances at Dihun. Upon remembering the previous aid he'd received from you, he begins to swing his hands wildly as if to try to convey something. Yeah, basically that. After painstaking effort, Dihun finally understands what the little monkey's trying to say. It turns out that the different monkey factions have been fighting among each other, causing many younger monkeys to be caught in the crossfire. After the conflict suddenly became one-sided, when one of the faction leaders managed to secure a batch of wooden dummies, sweeping away his adversaries in decisive victory. The monkey flayed his arms wildly before collapsing in pain. Proceed to help the little monkey. Dihun once again checked the wounds of the little monkey. While looking for ways to treat him, a thought suddenly popped up. The wooden dummies the little monkeys mentioned had been set up by father to ward off wild beasts in the valley. Who could have guessed that they were stolen by monkeys and turned into another menace that terrorizes the valley? The bronze statue of Kuai, used to stop floods in the valley, is particularly dangerous. Better to stay away from it. We will heed the red text. And then here, we have different ways we could respond to the monkey. So remembering that we are a moderate, I don't foresee any problem with that. Carefully treat the little monkey's wound and try to convince him to let go and end the chain of hatred. The little monkey hears Dihun out, then tilts its head left and right, looking confused. After Dihun bandages its wounds, it pulls out wild fruit from under a rock pile and stuffs them in Dihun's arms. Before Dihun can react, it limps into the treetops and quickly disappears into the dense leaves. Now that the monkeys have a leader, they might begin to terrorize the bamboo hut. I wonder where this monkey king hides himself. He gave us some wild fruit. Thank you, Mr. Monkey. Place some of your items into storage. We're overweight. Are we overweight? I'm gonna remember where to see that. I am overweight. Holy moly. That's a little surprising to me. Okay, yeah. That's a little annoying. Let's run home for a second. Private vault. All right, you guys are totally not gonna let me forget to bring something out of this, right? But when we leave, we're definitely gonna remember to bring it with us. Okay, this is what's very full of weight. I really, really, really want to not forget to bring those with us. I'm going to leave those. Thank you for catching that. I totally would not have. My other character, I started with the horse, so it wasn't a problem. Okay, let's go catch those crickets, and then we also want to go deal with this Monkey King. For now, I'm going to start with doing that. Keeping low to the ground as possible, Dihun followed the sound of the chirping insects. The cricket's chirp was coming from right in front, but out of 3 spots, only one hides the critter. Tap the capture crickets button on the tile and use the bug net to capture. The cricket's chirp seemed to drift. Now near, now far. I wonder if it's really here. Curses, I chose the wrong spot. But I think I scared the cricket and made it give away its location. I can just about make out where it escaped to. Should you select the wrong tile, the cricket will escape and go to another tile. Although I missed the first try, the cries of the cricket sound much clearer. I followed the sound, scouring. Okay, there, that direction. Keeping low to the ground, we try to capture them. Let's see if they're here. They're not here. He moved over there. How annoying. Keeping low to the ground, we follow the sound. This is the place. I must hold my breath, calm my nerves, and wait for the most opportune moment to pounce. Okay, so this is the minigame. We want to wait for the biggest sound to try to capture a big, strong one, and then we want to click on it. I believe when the waves are the biggest. That is my understanding. Okay, you're a big boy. 13 seconds. I think we're going to try to get... Oh, you bigger boy. All right. I think that's all I can do. That's my understanding of this minigame. And we caught him. All right. Normally you don't catch them. I had a lot of them get away from me in the first time I did the tutorial. Something people don't get about the cricket, you need to wait for... So, when you say big, when it's expanded the most but before it is faded, is that correct? Private storage is universal. It follows you wherever you go. Oh, thank you, Matt. That is good to know. So I can't forget it in the tutorials, what you're saying. We're catching bugs. That's right. We have a yellow fly. It's a common singing insect. Ah, I can't believe I missed. I didn't miss. What? The game doesn't know my true power level. Looks like I'll have to find a cricket elsewhere. But we didn't miss. I also took the cricket bonus when we started, so. It's as big as it can. Your items will be in the personal storage of the village. Excellent, excellent. Yellow fly isn't a cricket. Ah, gotcha. You are correct. I always wait for the patches, but Babel doesn't seem to mind playing games with bugs, apparently. I was kind of hoping that we would get a patch before we started this stream. They've only done one small one. Yeah, patching while you're doing stream games is always a dicey affair. Okay, I think we're gonna go deal with the monkey first, and then we'll circle back and we'll try for some more crickets, rather than the other way around. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my plan. Buy or wait on the game. My initial impression is it's ready to buy. Take that as you will. All right, and okay, yeah. Each one of these squares, yeah, that's fine. Has various stats and things that are on them. We're just not ready to do anything with that yet. All right, so here are events that are happening. I think these are like just the free DLC unlocks, so I'm not going to go into those at the moment. This is our end of the month report. We are now in the month of Pig. There were some world events that happened. We're not going to go into those yet because we're still in tutorial land. All right, now, was that true? Yeah, comprehension is 51. Let's look at that. Did we finish? Okay, so we didn't actually finish. We need a little bit more to finish up reading that book. I am going to invest another 5 here. And we finished studying that book. Okay, so let me double check my understanding here. Yellow means we have read it once. We can read it again to gain more stats. So I have finished this entire book on this screen, and what it's telling me is I could read a little bit more to get more stats. Am I interpreting this correct? This is one of the places I could not understand. Do you think Foster Father will mind that you spent time I'm protecting the valley. He will not mind at all. I sent my grandson to catch crickets. He's been gone for a month. Normal. Very normal. The world events are very, yeah. You're getting XP for reading the book. Okay, so we are done reading this book. I want to be able to switch this out. And we should be able to tell by coming here and seeing this. So blue means we completed the chapter, and yellow means I assume that we've read it for XP. It changes the images to XP gaining. The images. Claim XP 50. Okay, I'm going to assume that that is done. And then we're going to get started on... I think let's do... Let's do our movement skill. And then eeny, meeny, miny, mo from here. So we will have... I guess this probably also means that I finished the book. Okay, so we will get started on this. This obviously, we got a ways to go. It's a lot harder. We're only getting 187% instead of that. I guess, hold on. Oh, because it reset my references. Let's try that again. 355, a lot better. Okay. And then here... Yeah, our willpower regain is horrible, but I am going to give that a click. I imagine that Dwan is a very diligent boy at this point. So he's going to diligently study. He's going to diligently do his cultivation, even if he's bad at it. 250 seems as good as 490. Well, you know. Blue seal is a finished book. Okay, thank you. That's what I need to know. All right. We're going to continue. Yeah, I don't think we're going to stop for any of that. In fact, let's just get there. All right, don't worry, grandfather. I'll deal with these monkeys. Creek. Dwan was walking on the road when suddenly a wooden dummy peeked out from behind a rock and threw a rock at Dun. Okay, so here's what I was mentioning. So if we wanted to dodge the rock, we could spend some of our agility points to do so. We could clear away the rocks using our willpower. We could catch the falling rocks using our strength, or we could stand motionlessly. Okay, we are going to catch the falling rocks using our strength. Dwan exerted both hands and met the flying rocks by force. Upon witnessing the feat, the two monkeys began shrieking angrily. The duo each picked up a wooden dummy and jumped in front of Dwan as if extending a challenge. You demented monkey! What the hell do you think you're doing? Dwan stepped forward and let out a loud cry, causing the monkeys to disperse in fear behind the wooden dummies and begin to throw rocks at him. Chase away the monkeys. Okay, let's start a combat. Now here's one of the spots. I'm not sure my camera's in a good spot. Strange, I've never seen wooden dummies like that before. It looks like they've been through years of neglect, and the mechanisms on the legs are all but weathered away in decay. Perhaps it's an inferior batch father threw away before I arrived in the valley. That explains why I've never seen it before. The wooden dummy can dish out attacks, but its movement is limited. All I need to do is stay away from its attack range, and it'll be a walk in the park. Okay, let's pause. This is what the battle screen looks like. These are the attack ranges of the current weapon that each party's using. So I need to keep this silhouette within this range to be able to attack them with my weapon. Here's one of my very few complaints so far. These, each icon, when we swing, we're gonna get a stab icon moved over here. Then this whole wheel will rotate. Next, if we hit, we'll get an upswing. Then we'll get an upswing. Then we'll get another stab. I really wish this was translated. I just cannot keep these in mind, and we need these symbols to be able to use our special skills. So our Wu-Ding Elixir skill, in the very bottom of this, I can't mouse over it, but right there at the bottom right, we need one stab and we need one upswing. So we need to have a stab and an upswing to cast this. it's not the end of the world because these will light up when we can cast, but I really wish this was translated so I could just look at a glance. I didn't have to come over here and mouse over to see where we're at on our wheel as it moves around or how many things are saved. I did watch the episode 1 that Baby Boomer Gamer put out. One of the very few people who's done any content on the 1.0 release, and I think he covered it in early access too. His were translated, but I'm guessing that might be a mod because he played with the fan translation. Yeah, colors would work too. This is the only place I've run into a problem with this. And like I said, it's not the end of the world, but that is my first like, oh, youch, that's not great. Please avoid getting brained by a rock throwing dummy. I hope so. Those symbols need to be picked. Yeah, that would work too. And different weapons will have different ones, obviously. Like a fist weapon will have like punch and push and whatever. But a symbol would work, or I'd be fine even if it had a big dumb English word on it. But either way. Okay, we're gonna have a bar that charges and we have to click to attack. That's kind of like our auto attack. I am probably gonna enable auto combat and I'm only gonna let it auto attack with that free attack. I'll talk about this stuff later, but I don't like just having to manually click constantly. So for now, I'm just gonna let it auto click. A and D will move your character forwards and backwards, and that's to try to get those different ranges. If we look at our weapon here, attack range is 3 to 6, and that is the 3 to 6 that we have over here. We can also I don't remember how to do it, but we can set an ideal range and then we could have it auto move for us if you don't even want to have to move. But for now, I'm okay with doing that. I'm going to play on half combat speed so we can see what we're doing here a little bit. So it's just going to auto do our basic attacks. I'm holding D to move a little bit closer because I just want his attack window really good. And if I get close enough, I'll be out of his attack range. Okay, so we have an upswing, and a stab. So I can now do my Wudang Elixir Sword. So I'm going to click that. We're doing another auto attack before that goes off. Now we're casting it. And remember, we're on half speed. If I go up to full speed, it's not quite that slow. So that's our skill that just went off. Oh no, oh no! I was explaining more. I'm too strong. I can't even explain all the combat mechanics. We got a locust stone. We'll collect that. Dihun knocked the wooden dummy to the ground. The aged dummy shattered as if from years of neglect it had endured. That was too close. The shrieking monkey took out a whistle made from bone upon seeing the fall of the large tree that enabled their debauchery. The other monkeys in the valley suddenly acted alert as they brought out wooden dummies that father had previously abandoned. After a small commotion, the monkeys dispersed before collectively disappearing out of sight. These monkeys are a nuisance, more so that they are aided by the wooden dummies. Though things might turn out ugly. Okay, and we just picked up another weapon, so I'm gonna go ahead and equip it. Locust stones are basically throwing weapons. So now if somebody runs away and I can't reach them with my sword, I could switch weapons and at least throw some rocks at them. Fight of the century. I think the dummy is the two monkeys in a trench coat. 72 people watched. I had a feeling this was going to be pretty popular, so that makes me very happy because I would like to do a very long series of this. Auto combat's nice, but doesn't work well once you have me. Yeah, I'm sure it won't. I just like that it does the auto attack for me. Honestly, I don't really care about much else from that, at least not at the moment. I'm just too good. At a fast meeting, back for 14 tutorials. Yep. The commenters were hired by the official team. What do you mean by commenters? You mean translators? They did do an official translation. Yeah, I'm not using any mods or anything. So what you see is what's in here. Okay. Next, we're going to do the Great Monkey. So that was just an event that happened when we moved into the square. Now we're going to actually go into here. Encounter info. The Great Monkey. Encounter description. A great monkey has assumed control of the valley and the others flock to its side. They never cease their clamor and often cause trouble around the bamboo hut. Deal with the great monkey and that has claimed this territory. Difficulty, smooth and easy. Great monkey reward. Great monkey vehicle. Large amounts of fruits. Monkey brew. Remember Monkey Brew and Mo and his love of it from Wandering Sword? All right, and some encounters have a cost. This is kind of just like a key or an unlock. So if I click fill all, it just auto selects what we need. So I guess we need to have the wild fruit to be able to do the encounter. That's my interpretation of that. Confirm. The way they changed explore encounters are done is really nice. I've liked it so far, yeah. Monkey vehicle, yep. Prepare yourself. The limbs of the wooden dummies torn to pieces were scattered on the ground after the monkeys had their fun. There were 2 rows of bamboo poles on both sides, demarcating a trail. This was evidently not built by human hands, yet it led straight to the thick woods in the distance. The lair of the monkeys must be at its end. Walk down the trail. So here's our adventure screen, similar to the world map, but like zoomed in. Again, I can left click and move it. I can use my mouse wheel to zoom in and out. The way I interpret this is a I go, you go system. So every time I move, any enemies that want to move also get to make a move. So I'm going to move once. Nobody moved. I'm going to move twice. As Dihun passed through the area, they suddenly spot a broken wooden dummy lying in the thick woods. It's marred with monkey claw marks and its internal mechanisms are scattered. Doubtless the monkey's clumsy meddling led to its destruction. Dihun draws near for a closer look, realizing that the dummy's material must not have fully decayed and maybe still be of use. So here's another one. So I have 8 energy. If I want to spend some energy, we could dismantle the wooden dummy. Sure. Dihun painstakingly disassembles the broken wooden dummy. Indeed, from the wreckage, they recover a piece of Chinese elm and a piece of bamboo staff. So we found a bamboo staff. That's a weapon. And a piece of Chinese elm. That's a crafting material. Okay, and again, I'm just going to go ahead and throw that on. So now we have a staff. So just different weapons have different attack ranges. We don't have any skills or anything with them. You know, I'm not allowed to move up here. So we have to choose a direction. Go that way. Nope. And they didn't like that. They didn't like that. All right, monkey. Shoot, chase the enemy. The little monkey is chasing Taiwu. Ambushed by valley monkeys. Oh no. They're monkeys, but they speak with a valley accent. So we could deal with the ambush. We could charge straight through. We could dodge nimbly, or we could hold our breath and sneak. And again, those are the various stats that are derived, or I'm going to call them skills, from our various stats. So we could spend things. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do another fight. So we'll deal with the ambush. Here, you can see what weapons they have. So he has an iron tail, a sharp claw, and a sharp tooth. You also can see their cultivation levels. Gives you a little bit of an idea of how strong the thing you are fighting. You also can view their actual character sheet, including injuries if that's relevant. All right, let's start our combat brawl. Okay, I need to wound him so that I can talk about wounds. Okay, it is what it is. Also, is my... Hang on a second, let me go into settings. Am I having auto move on? Yeah, I do not want that. I swear I keep turning that off and it keeps ending up back on. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't want auto move. Ah, there we are. No auto move, please. Not yet. I may turn that on later. Okay, I bet you that lets me... Yeah, if you click on your character, you can set your ideal distance. So for us, 3 is as short as we would want to be. So I'll click there. If I wanted to use auto move, then it would try to move us to that distance, just so I can show that off. Also, here's our movement skill, the minute leap. We hold shift, simple footwork that enables its practitioner to move quickly through successive leaps. Although its training methods are extremely easy to put into practice, no one can truly master it without decades of practice, making it rather unpopular martial art among martial artists. So it gives us move speed, but lowers our initial movement. And then turning this on will cost us some stamina. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So we turned on our technique. Now we can move. I want to get closer. And then my auto attack is on, so we're just hitting him. And now I can do my Wu Dang because we have the proper things. And that's the basic flow of combat. Okay, pause. Ah, nice. Okay. This is one of the systems that's very complicated. You have hit locations. We have head and neck, torso, midsection, arms, and legs. You get hit at various places here. So for us, I believe we hit the feet, the torso, and then I think the hands. As you can see here, we've hit him in the right leg, we hit him in the left leg, we hit him in the right arm, and the torso so far. The red color is external injuries, so like a bruise, I guess like a bruise or a cut or things like that. And then there's also internal damage, which I guess is like both internal key damage, but also like maybe like a broken bone or improved or internal bleeding or something like that. And there's various different damage things up here. So here, this is the left leg internal injuries. This group is the left leg external injuries. This one is the right arm external injury. When you get wounded, your various attacks need certain appendages. So if we look here, this one requires my left arm and my right arm to be able to do it. So if those are wounded, it'll be either harder to do or maybe you can't even do it at all. And your appendages also have other things. If like your legs get wounded, you have more trouble moving around in combat. So it's a pretty dang detailed system. Different martial arts are of course going to be better at internal or external damage. And there's a whole bunch more systems, but that's like a very, very, very baseline thing. So to win, we need to get his wounds to total up to at least this amount. I believe that's how that works. And for me, they would need to get to this amount. So let's let that happen. I can't pause it. There's other types of wounds here too. Oh my God, look at that human wearing a wig, gag, Valley Monkey. Little girl, did you see that dude? He thinks he's cool and a cultivator. Oh my God. All right, Tim, have a good one. We got XP, we got some prestige. Another thing I like this system here. So we were victorious, so we won. We had a barbarous brawl. Fight an opponent whose pure essence is no less than yours. So we got a 50% bonus to XP and prestige. However, we had a true key advantage, so we get a little less XP. And we had a martial artist advantage, so we get a little less. So there's like dynamic amounts of XP based on who your stats or what your stats are and what their stats are. Defeated the Valley Monkey. Glad to hear it. Matt says you can collect fruit from the trees. I'm a little concerned that we're gonna run out of energy because I didn't rest before we came in here. Yeah, I'm not going to do it because I'm a little concerned about this. Hopefully I did not make a mistake there. All right, so we're going to continue in. I'm going to go. This guy has a little hat, so I assume that's Su Wukong here. Let's go deal with Su Wukong. The one had leisurely been walking in the mountain forest for some time when suddenly the path opens up before him, a secluded path leading deep into the forest. From afar, he can see a robust ape perched. Oh no. A robust ape, perched on a huge rock, staring intently at Dihun. Presumably, this great ape is the great monkey of this place. If he steps onto this path, he may be attacked by a troop of monkeys, and it will also face the great monkey directly. Hey, Valentine. Hello there, back to wuxia again? Yes, we are. It doesn't matter if it ends when you exit. Okay. If he steps on the path, he will be attacked. So that's how it is. Come at me, monkey. As the commotion sounded nearer, Dihun arrived at the cave, decorated with a variety of flowers at its entrance. The great monkey, wearing a garland, glared at Dihun. with one hand pointing at the sky and the other on the ground. As it roared, dozens of monkeys rushed towards Dihun in a stampede, encircling Dihun at the center. Shoot, the monkeys prepared an ambush. I just love that the monkeys like... All right, dude. Strike a JoJo pose. The monkeys, stone's grip, tightened their fists, closing the ring upon ring, leaving Dihun no way forward or back. The great monkey leapt down from this great stone, bared his sharp teeth in a shrill cry, and with claws spread wide, drove a powerful gust before him as he lunged straight at Dihun. Take the fight. All right, Monkey King, show me what you got. Oh, look at that. Look at that, he's even got a little staff. All right, so let's see here. All right, okay, so we are barely inside his attack range. He is not inside mine. Now, I could switch weapons and throw stones at him. You can see here, it's got a bigger, that's like ideal range, but I don't do any damage with those. I'm not good at it. So we're just gonna eat it and we're gonna get into range. So let's start our minute leap. This will take us a second to wind up, but once it's up, we'll be able to move faster and get in range. First hit, second hit, and we've already got our 2 required to use our skill. By the way, time is not pausing when that's happening. They can still attack you and do whatever. I'm gonna slow us down to 0.5. I want to get just at the right. Oop, and we already can do another one. Nice. All right, but now we have a bunch of hacks. We need stabs and upswings to do our skill. And these are based on what weapon we have equipped. So if we get a different sword, they might have different values over here. Beautiful. Beautiful. What a great hit. Midsection, right arm, midsection, right arm. So again, we're building up these meters down here, and these are based on how tough you are. So I need to get up to 90 external to fill up that bar. For me, you need 190 because Dihun is just that tough. Also, we get these wounds. Changes defeat markers. Wound marker. So that's just another one. We just need any type of marker to fill up to be able to defeat him. Oh, you can see here. Here's the wounds. Yeah, he's trying to run away because he wants to get out of my range. We getting mogged? No, we're mogging this monkey. Rakifi. He dares challenge before me. Do injuries carry over? I don't believe minor injuries carry over, but these ones definitely would. Can I? Yeah. So I'm not wounded. However, I'm sure we will be. There's a very in-depth wound system. So like, look at this. We've shattered like his pelvis. If we look at his midsection, so that's like your abs and your pelvis, he has 3 external injuries and 4 internal injuries. And we've also damaged his arm. And like I said, remember, these are doing things in combat. So like if he has an attack that needs arms, we've really, really wounded him. What we'd like to do is probably wound his left arm also. And then we could really cripple his ability to be able to fight. And I think, these don't really tell me here. I think these have other various effects as they get wounded. Yeah, they don't tell me here. I'm sure if we went into the Taiwupedia, it would tell us more, but not super relevant at the moment. And then obviously you're going to be able to use medicine to heal these, and every month of the year also heals specific injuries. So like I think it's month of the pig is like heals 1 leg injury. So medicine is very, very important for being able to heal up. Medicine skill or having a doctor in our party would also be really useful because these are lingering wounds and they are devastating in combat. Okay. Oh, and we actually have our skill ready. I don't yet know why. Sometimes when we attack, we get to do multiple hits. I assume that's some sort of skill level. Sometimes we just poke it once. Sometimes we actually attack multiple times. And here's our attack going off. Beautiful. And we defeated him. Spiked roasted shrimp. Ooh, when making spiked roasted shrimp, the stronger the liquor, the better the result. That sounds pretty good, actually. We got some XP and some prestige. It was actually Babel who killed Harambe? No. Roasted shrimp, that's right. Spiked roasted shrimp. Probably in what, like rice wine? Or baijiu? Dihun knocked the great monkey to the ground. Frightened, the monkeys immediately dispersed, running away in all directions, and soon vanished into the depths of the thick wood. Look at the great monkey laying on the ground. The great monkey slowly got to its feet, tottering. The battle was settled. The monkey was outmatched and couldn't run away because it had been severely injured. But it wouldn't admit defeat yet. Instead, it curved its tail and started making faces at Dihun. I thought you understood humility. Don't you know I pulled my punches? After hearing Dihun's words, the great monkey apparently perceived the kindness in the tone. It turned around, closed its wide mouth that had revealed sharp fangs, and sat on a huge boulder with its legs crossed. You understand me? What a smart monkey. The great monkey scratched its head, then nodded. It then wobbled as it stood up, stroking its beard in a feigned manner. Next, looked up to the sky, shaking its head and sighing. Dihun was initially taken back, not understanding what it meant. But then the image of foster father, who often gazed at the starry sky late at night, stroking his beard and sighing, flashed into his mind. So, you know foster father? You must have picked up some human language from him. The great monkey scratched its head, then nodded. It then walked back to the boulder with a stagger, staring at Dihun, its eyes brimming with tears. Never mind, since father also taught you, I won't be harsh. Just go. Dihun turned around to leave after speaking, but the great monkey rushed towards Dihun, regardless of its injuries, kneeled down. Seeing the confused look on Dihun's face, the great monkey did a few moves that Dihun had used to fight the monkey just now. Only then did Dihun understand the monkey wanted to be taken as an apprentice. I think there's a stat for more chance for more attacks, one of the derived ones maybe. Okay, that would make sense. In truth, the Monkey King's your real father. Haha, good boy. Come along with me. Dihun laughed. Thinking the monkey had been taught by foster father and was probably a schoolmate in a sense, Dihun invited the great monkey to come along, and it soon understood that it and couldn't help dancing despite great pain. It raised Dihun up high and started running around in circles, overwhelmed with joy. We gained a monkey. Oh, and hiccups apparently. The great monkey, besides himself with joy, suddenly raised a paw to point towards the cave ahead, signaling Taiwu to enter and have a look. You may now go to the cave ahead and investigate. Go investigate. All right, but we're gonna go to equipment, vehicle. Equip a vehicle. We now have a monkey vehicle. Smart, arboreal monkey with long, thin hair, 1 chi long tails, and human-like fingers. They are naturally agile climbers. He is domesticated 100%. When domesticated reaches 100, controlling the monkey will grant the effect Monkey Master. We're going to hold Alt. Monkey Mastery enhances the increased effects of the user's martial power and weakens the reduction effects. He also has various stats. We get 25% loot drop, 25% prison capture, 40 inventory, 5% rewards for exploring, a prisoner slot, and travel energy cost reduction. There you go. This is how we travel. We literally have a monkey pick us up and carry us over his shoulder. Didn't we break his arm and pelvis? He's that tough, Andrew. He's a good underling. Can the monkey be our successor? I mean, aren't we all monkeys? That's great. Yes, I thought that was rather hilarious. And I love that he gives me loot find. Okay, 3 energy. Can we make it before the end of the month? Within the cave, flowers and grass mingled in quiet grace, and a corner were neatly stacked great monkey treasures, dried wild fruit, the bones of flying creatures, and the like. The strange wine fragrance came drifting in the air, setting the mouth watering. This place was surely the great monkey's dwelling. Should one search here? Oh no, I don't have enough energy. Okay, I'm gonna leave for now. Hopefully we can roll our month here while still being in the adventure map. I don't know if that's the case, so this is a science for all of us. Confirm. Month of the Rat. Rumors cut like ice and burn like fire. Month of the Rat. The 11th month, when all things withdraw and return to storage. Metal and jade resources in some locations will be restored. Injuries cannot naturally recover. And then various things happen in the world. I'm not going to worry about that while we're in tutorial. Time swords. It's been a while since the one left the bamboo hut. I've been out here for a while. Father must be starting to get worried. I should head back. Okay, good. We didn't get kicked out. I was really worried we were going to. Okay, let's search our cave. Search the cave. So, needs 3 energy. That was specifically for this month, Rosetta, but every month it's not like we heal all injuries. It'll be a specific type, like leg injury or hand injury. So medicine is really important. After a careful search, a fine wine, monkey brew, was found, together with a wondrous peach. The clear fragrance of wine mingled with the scent of fruit, sweet and intoxicating in the air. So the great monkey had led Dihun into the cave to present these treasures as a gift. So that's how it is. We got monkey brew and a wondrous peach. Oh, my poor voice already. In the legendary era of the Yellow Emperor, a hunter was said to have journeyed into the mountains. Having lost his way, he happened across a community of monkeys and a peculiar smell within. Tracing it, he found a beverage they'd concocted, which he then tried and enjoyed. Returning home, he could think of nothing else and set about learning how to brew it. This itself gave rise to the first man-made alcohol. Wondrous peach. Legend has it that this peach was used by the Queen Mother of the West for special banquets. The fruit is as big as a child's fist with a color as rich as a sunset glow, a pip resembling a heart, and a plump as sweet as honey, a pulp as sweet as honey. Eat it and forget your troubles and worries. And as you can see, there's various stats for using those. Okay, good job, monkey. Exit. The encounter is ended. Leave now. I will go ahead and leave. Encounter completed. All right, again, let's check in. How are we doing? So we finished these chapters and we have those chapters to go. We didn't, unfortunately, get an epiphany or anything in those combats. I am a good boy. So we're going to do 5 of those. And I am... Right, my willpower recharge is very slow, so I'm just doing 1 of those at a time. And did I get some... Hang on. Key? Yeah, we've got some key. Okay, so every time we finish the circulation, so every month, or if I ever actually accumulate enough to spin it again, we get Dantian Chi. Sorry, Tim. And when we take those points and we put them in here into our true Chi. So right now, we already have 20 Annihilation, so that is our best one. You can see they affect various things over on the right-hand side. So that is affecting our physical penetration, force, precision, dexterity, sway, etc., etc. Nimble is more of our dodge stats. Protection is our defensive stats. And acumen, kind of a little bit of a lot of things. Our key stats mostly. Yeah. Okay, so I think for now, I'm going to raise these relatively equally. Because as we raise them, the price gets more and more. 9 left. Sure. Let's take some extra nimble. Okay. Again, I have no idea. I have no idea how much that matters. We're at 17 out of 40 of our current maximum. Okay, so we want to go head home. So that's where we want to go. Before we do... Can I do a breakthrough? I do have a breakthrough. One thing I will say, I wish this screen showed me my total XP. where can I see? That's not what I want, game. Here. Oh, I see. My total XP. Experience. No. I don't know where to see that. We need XP to do our breakthrough. I guess I can go into the screen. So because we've mastered the book, we can do a breakthrough. Okay, so this one's a little bit weird. I don't understand this fully. We have to have at least one outline to be able to do a breakthrough. I believe I've only ever had realizations. So balance the integrity, increase martial art power cap from breakthrough nodes is more evenly distributed. Mechanism nodes gain plus 50% martial art power cap. So we need a outline, and then we need 5 of these or these. So these are the heterodox, these are the orthodox. So these are based on the chapters that we read. So we have all of those. Blue on the resource bar. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Money, prestige, and XP. Okay, we must start with a bunch of XP, no? There's no way I've earned 14,000. Thank you. Okay, so let's start a breakthrough. So we require 30 talent. We have that. Our current connection success rate is 80%. Difficulty is normal, and we can have 23 capacity. Let's do a breakthrough. Okay, now I only understand a little bit of this. So when we start, these are the different approaches that we can take to do our breakthrough. Basically, this is the starting point. We want to go through here and connect nodes, and we want nodes that have these numbers on them because they give us breakthrough result rating. That increases our power cap. I don't understand yet exactly what power cap does, but big number go we, because it's a cultivation game. So I know we need a big power cap number. What it's doing, I haven't figured that out yet. Max capacity, that's how many clicks I can do. And every click is not guaranteed. Like this one, I only have a 78% chance. If you fail, it closes the node and you have to go a different way. So it's very advantageous to have 100% because then you won't get screwed. In one of my tutorial ones, I had one that had so many good nodes and I just failed like every good node. It really annoyed me. You need 1 maiden page. Okay. What do you mean by cultivation game? Cultivation games are usually considered like shengjai games. Usually they involve like moving chi through your body, trying to become transcendent, going up in power levels, becoming immortal, internal alchemy, Chinese magic like wuxia or shengjai, as opposed to a wushu, which is more like heroic sword stories. Kind of similar, but more about like martial arts and a little less on Chinese magic. So the cultivation games are more on the fantasy side. The wushu's a little bit more on like martial arts side. This game's definitely a little both. Okay, so we can start from any of the corners. We have a 2 and a 1 that I can see. We have bad nodes though, but they're not miserable. This is also a place we want to get. This is a mechanism based on our outline. If we want to put stuff in this when we unlock it, right now all I can put in is XP. It'll have an effect on the map, basically. All right, I'm going to start down here and let's see how much trouble I can get us into. So we'll take the 95. So we can have some altruism. Connecting this node grants +1 power cap to all adjacent breakthrough nodes. Okay, 78 go. Excellent. Excellent. Look at that. Okay. I have to be careful also. We really would like to get here at 23. We can go higher, but that causes deviation, which I can actually cause myself to get injured. So I really would prefer not to have that happen. Each time you connect one breakthrough, it consumes a capacity. When capacity exceeds the cap, you'll enter pure deviation state. From then on, each one connection breakthrough will cause 1 damage based on bottleneck weakness. While in pure deviation node, the basic number of connectable breakthrough nodes is equal to the max capacity. and affected by the chosen outline. Okay, when we reach it again, we fail. Okay. Okay, so it's just a straight linear bonus. Okay, gotcha. Okay, starting here, I got plenty of spots. We'll go this way. Oh, remember what I said about failing those nodes? The greed was real. I still want to circle around for those. I'm gonna try it. Babble's luck rears its head. Okay, I have 100% on both of those. Okay, I'm at 10, so I have 13 more. I got plenty. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, still fine. Take me that way. Take me that way. Okay, normalization. This node's connection rate is increased by 30%. Upon connecting, it turns adjacent special breakthroughs into normal nodes. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I've got 9 to go. 1. I'm not sure why that one's not available. 2. Is that a heterodox thing, maybe? Okay, I gotta be a little bit careful here. I do want to make sure we get this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be exact if I have no failures. Failing a 70%, that's Scroll of XCOM, baby. Yeah, I don't know why it has a 0% though. Like, what made that go to 0? It's completely new for most English speakers. Yeah, it's a whole genre of fiction, basically. A Tale of Gods and Immortals, Fist Through the Heavens. Like it's a whole thing. Like we have like in the West, our fantasy is usually like European, Brothers Grimm, Tolkien type. This would be, as opposed to that, this is based in Eastern or Chinese mythology. So not using the same stuff that we use in the West. So if you like fantasy, but you want something really different, it's a great genre to get into. And there's thousands and thousands of different stories. Remember, Babel, your misfortune scales in real life? Yeah. Okay, so what would this do? Select ingenuity. Okay, so if I got this one, I could teleport to another ingenuity. That's not very helpful. So we'll take that. Okay, in 84. Surely we're not going to fail in 84. Good, good. And I'm not allowed to go here, and I don't know why. Oh, I see, because it's a distance of 2. Okay, I see. Okay, so 20, 21, 22, 23. And what do you do? Decrease connection by 50%, but grants +2 power cap. Okay, surely that's not going to bite me. All right. I think, okay, I'm actually going to take this because it's a 70%. 21, 22, 20. Yeah, that wouldn't let me reach, unfortunately. Of course we failed that one. You're kidding me. Okay, I got to try that again because of the bonus from this. I am spending, I believe, XP every time we click. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. 21, 22, 23. 21, 22. All right, now here, you can actually do, I don't know what the other mechanisms are. Right now, all I could do is I could put XP into it. This would give me a little bit more power cap. As you can see, you could spend a lot of experience on this. For now, honestly, I'm not going to spend 4,000 on a starting skill that I'm not going to keep. Let's just put 500 just to get something in here. It makes the usage requirements a little bit lower, and it gives me +4 power cap. In addition, reveals all breakthrough nodes within a radius of 1 of this mechanism mode, grants an additional 50% to their total power cap. So there we go. Got a little bit of a bonus there. And I'm in. Okay, I feel like that went okay from my limited amount of knowledge. So there's some overlap with Western fantasy like mana. Yeah, so chi is like mana, basically. Usually, like, you gather chi through like absorbing natural energies or breathing techniques, and you absorb the natural power of nature. And then there's obviously, just like in Western fantasy, there's different like schools of magic is a great way to think about sects. Although they generally are usually like, they could be either magic or they might be like a martial school or some blur between the two of them. That was somewhat nerve-wracking. Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. But I think that went well. We got a 24 power cap. That feels pretty good. I had 2 left over, but yeah, I didn't want to have bad things happen to us. All right. That feels good. That feels good. All right. Here's another spot that maybe some people can give me some advice. There's a slider here, and this is going to be like different damage types that we want to do with it. The higher the technique's key rate, the more it consumes inhale. So if I did this, oh no, I guess I would want to do that, right? This would make it be more physical and less key because we're good at doing physical, right? Always be perfectly balanced, all things. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that mechanic works, but somehow we can change that, and that changes the combat cast cost too. I didn't really call out, but we have a little meter in the bottom that builds up that we need to cast these things. I guess for now I'm going to leave this alone, but that is something we probably want to come in here and fiddle with at some point. And this skill is precision and dexterity. It doesn't use a lot of force. So unfortunately, all of our red stuff isn't stellar here. Yeah, okay. Complete breakthrough. Let's actually see that. After breakthrough, power cap will be increased for this martial art for each activated breakthrough node. You can place a mechanism item on the activated mechanism nodes to increase the power and give comprehension mechanism effect for this martial art. When breakthrough is complete, a unique mind method effect is granted to the martial art based on the comprehended mind method. The character may change the comprehension method at any time to start orthodox or heterodox practice of the mind method to gain the respective effects without re-breaking through. Through review, you can view the details of the last breakthrough or place mechanisms. Through recultivation, you can clear the breakthrough progress and break through again. Each martial art can be recultivated once per month. Good to know. We are not even close to being out, Andrew. I am playing very slow. Take that as you will. Yeah, if you want to see just like an example of it, the one I would perhaps suggest that I enjoyed reading quite a bit, either the web novel or the there's a manhwa of it, so like a manga of it, would be Tale of Gods and Immortals. I think that would give you a pretty good clue of the genre. I thought that was a pretty decent one. It falls off a bit later on, but the beginning's pretty interesting. This one is for balance, okay. This is the new Steam meta to make 2-hour-long tutorials to gatekeep the content of the Steam refund window. I won't say I've never seen games that do that. I don't think this is one. I think this is just a game that is so deep that there's just that much. Plus, you know, I'm playing very slow. And having to read things out loud, etc., and chat's being very nice and answering my questions. So, yeah, we're slower than you normally would be. Okay, let's head back. That's going to take me 18. That would be 16 energy. We'll take the faster route. I'm going to slow boat it a little bit because if there's some special resources, I'll pick them up as we go, like this. So these are special resources that spawn in squares sometime. You can click them. I got some foodstuffs. I believe these are mainly for when we actually are managing a village, but I don't see any reason not to pick them up, so I'm going to pick them up. I believe these also give some XP and whatnot too. Gained an egg. Okay. We got a bunny. Let's see. Inventory. Okay, it's not a drug, obviously. Books, no. Carpenter toolbox. Very nice that we start with that. Oh, we did get a wild rabbit. Okay. Usually grayish and yellow tinge, seen bounding through the wilderness, characterized by its small head, long ears, and short tail. The wild rabbit has tender and delectable meat that can be fried, sautéed, or roasted. A good web novel would be Strongest Abandoned Son. Okay, yeah. There's so many of them. So many of them. And just like in, you know, any genre, you have lots of tropes. So, like the character name I used here, Dihun Dun would be Soul Dole. Dole being a little bit of a play in that you would expect that to be like sharp or sword or something, and his name is Dole, like a dull blade. But I like the look of his face. That he just has that droll look on his face. So again, another word play there. Babel, you started the stream early? Shinosuke, I've been telling you about summer schedule like 50 times. Yeah, that's right. What did I miss? A little bit of the tutorial and not much else. Once you get through the initial tutorial, once you can skip it on the next character. Good to know. Okay, do I want to do anything before we do the event? I think I actually want to get my energy back. Yeah, let's get our energy back. Sorry, Father. Where are them jade beauties at? Not here. We live alone with a sweaty grandfather or sweaty foster father and nobody else. Oh, hey, we had an epiphany. Excellent. Okay, good. I can talk about that. Okay, so sometimes you can get, I don't remember what these are called. Special things that proc. We've procced one for studying. So we have an epiphany down here. We have a 20% chance that we can proc those. And that's going to let us study harder, basically. Now, it says everything is complete. Is that actually true? It is true. That is a little bit unfortunate. Okay. I will show the UI, but I don't think I'm going to spend comprehension on this. When you have an epiphany, you can assign different, like, study habits to your book. So, like, I could have bedtime reading. Greatly increases the study progress of this chapter. That would cost me 25 comprehension. That's why I was trying to be kind of careful that I didn't spend all my comprehension. And obviously, a character who's smarter than we are would be a lot better at studying. We could do diligent search. Greatly increases the study progress of this chapter at the cost of extra durability. We could walk and wonder. These are all basically just various things. Because I finished this book, I don't think I'm going to actually use this because I'm not going to go any further in this book. Very unfortunate. Better than Tale of Immortal. First of all, they're very different. Tale of Immortal is an ARPG, an action RPG. You move your character, you actually like run around Diablo-esque and fight. This is more of almost like a pseudo turn-based combat system. But I would say the translations are a lot better. I've seen a lot less jank, but it's also much deeper mechanics. So if it's overwhelming on the mechanics, maybe start at Tale of Immortal. Not in this game. I have in my practice game. We are just returning with the cricket for Foster Father. I am that slow. Okay, so I'm gonna actually let that epiphany go, very sadly. Sorry. And we're gonna change our book. So let's work on, we're not gonna use this one, so let's work on our Chant of Abundance. And I think I'm going to still be my studious boy. And we're going to study 5 times. And then that gave us some of this complete, almost done with it actually. So next month we'll be done. And 1 circulation. And now let's return to Grandpa with his not cricket because I failed. Major event, return to the bamboo hut. Tranquility envelops the area around the bamboo hut, and the leaf-covered path reveals that no one has come or gone in ages. I've only been gone a quarter of the year. Where'd you go? Is this supposed to get more updates? Should I buy it now or wait for the summer sale? When I bought this the other day, it was 20% off. I highly doubt we're going to see a bigger sale than that since it's just came out. It seems fine to me. I haven't had any crashes or anything. And so far, the translation has been really good with only a few missing things. If you go back to that book, oh, okay. That's actually really useful to know. Thank you. Why is it dilapidated? Foster father always kept it in perfect condition. Did something happen? Okay, so this is a different event style. This one doesn't have any branching paths, but there we are. We're traveling the world. Let's head to the bamboo hut. The bamboo hut wasn't a large one, with only a small hall and 2 rooms, stretching a few zang. I think a zang is, it's not exact, but think about like a couple yards. It's like a few yards. One searched the entire hut high and low, and foster father was nowhere to be found. One went back to foster father's room, only to find a dusted bed. The room had been left vacant for a long time. On the bed was a small black casket, like container, which was contained a letter and a weathered hilt. Read the letter. I found some clues to that thing that has troubled me for years. I can't shake it off my mind. I was going to explain it all to you when you got back, but time is pressing and I must set off at once. If you are reading this letter, pack up and find me in Taiwu village. I have drawn a map for you. Don't forget to take the Fuyu hilt. It's important. It will be a token which I can identify you. And remember to tell people that your surname is Taiwu once you leave the valley. Below is a map showing the way out of the valley. And then we have various things. This is one spot. I'm a little annoyed. Yeah, I gotta shrink that slightly. So this is what So it seems that father has left for the thing. As he wrote the letter, foster father had left for the thing. He was an excellent martial artist. Certainly no one would dare pick on him, but he is an aged man after all, and any misfortunes were to happen, I should find him as soon as possible. Why would foster father want me to say that my surname is Taiwu? Foster father has never mentioned this name. Since he told me to call myself Taiwu and find the Taiwu village, I assume that this surname and the Taiwu village must be where he came from. I have learned the 100 family surnames by heart, but never heard of this one. Father handed the hilt of Fuyu's sword with utmost care. What's so unique about it? We gained the Fuyu hilt.
Taiwu reached into the case and drew out the hilt of Fuyu, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted in their mind. In the next instant, Taiwu felt themselves plunged into nothingness. They could no longer speak, hear, or see. Then, a flood of 1,000 lives surged through them. A scholar trudging to the capital in tattered robes. A butcher, elbow deep in blood and offal. A newborn, wailing in silken luxury. But in the blink of an eye, all had changed. Familiar faces had turned to skulls, and vast oceans had become mulberry fields.
Okay, I wasn't ready for that one. The thing is a bar. Well, it's probably cricket gambling if I had to guess. Good narrator? I thought it was okay. I appreciate that it's narrated. I generally like it when it uses the English but with an accent of the language you're translating from. That's just my preference. I can't actually tell if that's AI or not either. No offense to the voice actress if that wasn't. Can you walk the demonic path? You can join. Well, I don't think you technically join the sects in this game, but like you can ally and learn their skills. And there are definitely a lot of evil sects. I showed them off at the beginning when I was doing character creation. If you want to check that out, Jaideep. A new hand touches the beacon. Dad went for milk. Oh no. Oh no. Dihun Taiwu. I really had to resist my urge to name myself John so he could be John Taiwu. Took the Fuyu hilt out of the casket and heard a deafening thrum. And Dun Taiwu almost fell into a trance and couldn't speak, hear, or see anything. I can't move. Dun Taiwu was frozen in place. Dun Taiwu lived the memories of thousands of different people all in 1 second. Dun Taiwu was a scholar once going to the national exam in the capital, having failed their last few attempts. Dun Taiwu was a butcher wielding a giant knife towards a sheep. In swaddling clothes made of silk and brocade, Dun Taiwu's first cries were heard. But soon, everything changed to the blink of eye. Faces were now skulls, and the ocean had turned into farmland. I can't move a muscle. The indefinite amount of time had passed. Dun Taiwu heard themselves breathing hard and finally woke up. Dun Taiwu looked around and found nothing out of the ordinary. In his hand, the Fuyu hilt was still a rustic and weathered, exactly as it had been before. Those things, they were almost real. Were those my memories? Foster father once said that after death comes reincarnation. Some would be reborn as flowers or birds, and others beasts and monsters. And the memory of the past life would be erased from one's mind after drinking Ming Po's soup on the Nai He Bridge. The things I just saw were so distant yet familiar. Was it because my soup wasn't cooked well, and so my memory came back? Ming Po not cooking my soup properly. This is part of the like afterlife myth in Chinese mythology. When you die, your spirit goes and you drink Ming Po's soup, and it makes you forget your past life. And when you cross the bridge, you become reincarnated. So a lot of stories play with that like somehow you don't drink the soup or there's something wrong with it. So you have your past memories. You can isekai, basically. I must keep the hilt well and ask foster father about it. I should leave the valley now. So we're special? Well, kind of. I think the sword is special, if I'm being honest. I don't recall ever being able to beat up monkeys. Our mom says we're special. Foster father says I'm special. Okay. Dun Taiwu left the bamboo hut and began to carefully study the map of the deep valley that father drew. According to father's map, the exit to the deep valley should be on the edge of the boundaries. So we need to head over here. Man, having to travel in winter, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Okay, so let's go. That looks fine. All right, now you guys promised the stuff I have in personal storage will be there. I'm going to be very upset if it's not. Dun Taiwu faced an attack from the bamboo staff dummy. Yes, we did, Shinosuke. We just finished that. All right, we'll fight a dummy. This should not be a problem for us, so. Yeah, we are riding the monkey. Yeah, so as you can see, like, we take some damage in these battles, but I'm not coming in with any lasting wounds or anything because they've never managed to actually fill up one of my wound counters. And that's partly because of our super high constitution. Injury accumulation, 190. And just for comparison, he only has 45. We conquered Bandar Log, actually. So, yeah, look at what we've already done to him. In fact, I'm not even playing this right. But that's why we're not coming... Think of this as like temp damage, basically. As long as they don't fill up any of these bars, we don't actually have to worry about getting wounded. And we actually could just do a second one because I was talking too much. Okay, we got a bamboo staff, we got a Chinese elm, and some Moso bamboo. Okay, I'm gonna ask one more time because now I'm actually worried. The stuff that we put in personal storage will be there in the future, correct? I'm not gonna lose it because I'm leaving it here. I've never used the storage system before, so I'm more than happy to get spoiled on that. Okay, I'm gonna hold you personally responsible, Shinosuke, if I lose my rock. We started with so much stuff, I was actually overweight, which was rather awkward. All right, move. What do we have here? Metal reagents. I will take it. We got some meta copper. We're apparently ripping up the data centers to steal the copper. Okay, we're heading towards that entrance. I don't really care about getting in fights with dummies. Only smart people. All right, here's the exit to the valley. Major event info, exit the deep valley. A nondescript area with 4 huge boulders covered in foliage. 1 black, 1 white, 1 green, and 1 yellow, each resting in the cardinal directions. I wonder if that's the tortoise, the phoenix, the snake, and the turtle. You'd be hard-pressed finding it without guidance, but this is where Foster's father's map says the exit will lie. Yeah, there's our monkey. So, follow the deep valley map drawn by Foster Father. Dihun Taiwu carefully traces the path through the valley. Set out and find out. Later on, that screen will be a little more complicated. We're just in very linear things. After a long walk, Dihun Taiwu was finally nearing the exit that Foster Father had marked, but to their dismay, there was now a gushing deluge fused with the torrent of mud blocking the path ahead. Although flash floods are a dime a dozen in the deep valley, such an earth-shattering avalanche of mud and water is exceptionally rare. What to do now? A flood like this could take weeks to seed. As Dihun Taiwu stood in distress, 2 figures suddenly darted across the torrent, like a swallow gliding carefully across a still pond. The duo leapt out, finally enabling Dihun Taiwu to get a glimpse of their face. Dihun Taiwu was staring at the 2 monks, one slightly older than the other. Yeah, just slightly, guys. The old monk stood still and let out a Buddhist chant as he slightly bowed to Dihun Taiwu with clasped hands. Dihun Taiwu returned the bow. Not looking straight into Dihun Taiwu's eyes, the old monk asked Dihun Taiwu gently, "Excuse me, is this Yangshan Valley?" Yangshan Valley? I spent my entire life in this valley so far, yet I was not made aware of its name. It is not named so only because it hasn't been named so. Astute wisdom from such simple words. My Dharma name is Shu Fu. I would greatly indebted to you if you could point me in the direction of the valley. I shall sing prayers in your name for the days and nights to come, praying for your auspicious fortune and good health. Your words are too kind. We seldom get any visitors in the valley. What brings you to these parts? I come here in search of a herb growing in Yangshan Valley in order to save this young one here. Shi Shufu spoke as he pointed to the young monk accompanying him. There was a sad expression on his face. Glanced at the young monk. Dihun Taiwu glanced at the young monk. He couldn't have been more than in his mid-teens. He was slender and pale, with an ailing complexion on his face. Between his brows was a dark red crease that appeared and then quickly faded away, like a closed eye. Despite its only slightly disturbing appearance, it's only slightly disturbing as a slit in his head. It was giving off terrifying sense of unease. The young monk stared at Dihun Taiwu briefly before hiding behind Shi Fu once more. You won't find any precious herbs, only cohorts of shrieking monkeys. I'm afraid you might have come to the wrong place. That deters my path not. I beseech you to point me in the right direction. It's a matter of life and death. I mustn't relent without exhausting my efforts. I'll show you ways into the valley you may search at your own behest. Amitabha. Shufu joined hands together and bowed towards Du Taiwu in gratitude. Dun Taiwu then proceeded to detail each path and trail to him. Since foster father's already long gone and the valley is devoid of any valuables, it mattered little what Shi Shufu's intentions were. You even gave him a brief tutorial on the wooden dummies stationed inside the valley. What was intended as a brief conversation turned into a lengthy and prolonged talk, during which Shi Shufu continued to nod and memorized each detail. And that should be everything. Just follow the roads and you'll have the entire valley secured within a few days. Shi Shufu thanked I almost call him Dan. Dihun Taiwu. I'm gonna trip over that 100 times. I keep wanting to call him Dune, but it should be Duan, or Duan, I think. Dihun Taiwu, and then told the young monk to bow down to Taiwu to express their gratitude. Taiwu couldn't help feeling that such a gesture was too excessive for such a small favor. Shi Shufu began to explain slowly. If all it took were 3 days to find the valley, then perhaps there's still hope for this young one's life. Dun Taiwu disapproved of his words and thought the old monk was unlikely to find anything worthwhile in the mundane valley. Smile bitterly. Shi Shufu pretended not to notice it and slowly bowed down to Dun Taiwu. We are going our separate ways today, and I am afraid you will be facing many dangers ahead. I happen to know a simple and convenient martial art. I'd like to impart it to you as a thank you gift. What kind of martial art? What makes it special? It's called the Yin-Yang Iron Skin, a unique art that can help you head off a danger. Its working principle is to call yin and yang qi in your body to rise and fall repeatedly until a qi current is formed to guard you. However, yin and yang mutually reinforce and neutralize each other, which makes them extremely hard to be controlled. So, the skill is magically useful, but not for long. You are not advised to strain yourself to the limit. Then, Shi Shufu pulled out a book from his chest and held it to Dun Taiwu. I see. Oh, thank you. Dun Taiwu kept that in mind. Before they parted, Shi Shufu carried Dun Taiwu across the torrent with a leap and officially bade farewell. Bye-bye. Now, bid farewell to Shi Shufu. You seem sketchy, I'm just saying. Afterwards, Dun Taiwu followed foster father's map and found a way out of the deep valley. The roads were paved in the form of Fushi's 64 trigrams. Not only were they well hidden, they also morphed and transformed in erratic patterns. Without prior knowledge, it became hopelessly unfeasible to break through the labyrinth of unwinding paths. Dun Taiwu couldn't help but feel a chill at his back. How did Shi Shufu manage to get past this nigh impassable maze? Pondering upon this, they unknowingly arrived at the exit of the deep valley. Leave the valley. Event complete. So similar in age they could be twins. It's Ong from The Last Windbreaker. Oh no, not The Last Windbreaker. As a twin, this is exactly how the age gap looks between us, despite us only being minutes apart. The old looking one's actually the younger twin. Probably, if it's normal tropes. The man who trips 100 times has surely mastered tripping. Thank you, Floodwater. I appreciate that. Maybe that boy has mastered tripping. Maybe I've mastered tripping over my words. It's been hard enough for Dun Taiwu to leave the deep valley, yet before him are more mountains, as if he had entered another valley. When Dun Taiwu checks the map drawn by foster father again, he sees that beyond the exits of Deep Valley, a large river is marked. It seems that only by crossing that river could he find Taiwu village. Father had drawn a thick line along the river. It seems he wanted me to follow the river downstream. Okay. And I believe these maps are being somewhat randomly generated, because I think when I came here before, my entrance was down here in my test game. Sober drunk style. There is a drunk style in game. All right, so I want to head to there. If we see any special pickups, we'll try to get them. What's here? A leopard. Probably don't want to get eaten by a leopard. Insufficient energy. Nope. We will end our month. Month of the ox into month of the tiger. Did we go tiger or did we go horse? I don't even remember. Month of the tiger. The first month of the year and the start of a new cycle. Metal and jade resources will be restored. All characters recover from 1 layer of external injury and 1 internal injury on their torso. There you go. More events are happening. Unexpected tribulation. Jai Ping dreamed of a sinister fiend. Oh no. I like your mustache. Outlander cults. Yeah, again, when this is more relevant, we'll actually start reading these a little bit more. Okay, I want to know my birth year, or my birth. I was a horse. Okay, we went horse. So I'm still 16. We haven't got older. We haven't aged yet. I always go max magic and alchemy in these games, no matter what is the most powerful, just to do the key magic. Nice. Nice. Okay, again, I imagine, so let's talk about Dun, I guess, no longer Dihun Dun, just Dihun Taiwu. I imagine that he's a very serious boy. He likes to do the thing where, like, when people are talking to him, he does the super, like, droll face when, like, he's just not putting up with their shit. And that's just, like, his resting, like, face. So he's not really a dull boy, but he just has that resting face of just, like, totally, like, blank. And he does that to people all the time. He likes 3 things. He's gonna like swords, he likes red meat, and he's gonna like his wife. So those are his 3 things he wants. He wants to learn how to forge swords and use them. Use those swords to be a hero. He wants to eat good red meat, hence the culinary skill. And he needs a good red-blooded wife. Those are the 3 things we want. So those are going to be his goals, just because he doesn't know what adventure he's in store for yet. So we're going to use those as our motivation when we're making decisions. Andrew says, I always go tank build, even if I never get the damage to kill anything. See, I always make the most fiddly build that has some intricate amount of mechanics that do something, and then they turn out to not be viable. But I always do that in, like, Path of Exile, for example. I make the most convoluted builds that barely work, but I get a kick out of it. My second string is I like debuff builds a lot. So those are usually my normal 2. Liking one's wife is very admirable. True. Okay, let's travel. I'm going slow because I kind of want to stop and grab these freebies. We got some wood, and we found some liquor. Nice. A vehicle? A bamboo sled? Surely they won't mind if I borrow this. No vehicle equipped. Let's fix that. I love that there's actually a graphic. So now our monkey's pulling us in a bamboo sled. Bamboo sled, 10% reward exploration, an extra prisoner slot, lowers my travel cost by 10%, prisoner capture plus 20%, and inventory size plus 40. So we started at 40, and I think we're up to 120 between him and the monkey now. My first test game, I started with a horse, and the horse was ridiculously good, so I didn't actually want to start with that. I like to have that early game struggle a little bit. Roasted rabbit and something else. I'm actually gonna skip the town just because I don't want to trigger anything out of order. Concoction, a poached egg. Boy, that click noise, eh? What do prisoners do? Well, I assume that we take them prisoner. I don't know, throw them in prison, brainwash them, something like that. What a river beneath the mountain. Startled, Dihun Taiwu cries out as a massive dark river cutting through the base of the mountain. He has thought that the way forward was just a stream, but this is wild and dangerous torrent. What now? Surely without a sturdy boat, there's no way through. Just as Taiwu finds himself at a loss, his foot strikes something hard. An object then suddenly shifts and Dun Taiwu slips and falls to the ground. Strange, I didn't sense anyone nearby. Human, don't be angry. I sensed you were here. The voice from the grass sounds clumsy and unnatural, not like a living person. Approach and inquire. Taiwu parts the grass to look and finds a strange wooden dummy lying by the riverbank. Its body is damaged, limbs twitching awkwardly. It seems to almost possess awareness, flailing and muttering apologies to Dun Taiwu. I fell here and I can't move. You fell too, but you can still move, so maybe you're a better wooden dummy? What are you that you can speak like a human? Me? I'm a wooden dummy. I learned from humans, and I've learned how to speak. I also want to leave, but I can't cross the river. I tripped and broke. My body's damaged now, but it's okay. I have many books. As long as I keep reading, keep studying, one day I'll learn how to cross the river. Father once built wooden dummies that could mimic speech, but I've never seen one that could hold a conversation. Dun Taiwu notices the wooden dummy holding a book, seeming to study it. Old, filthy books lie scattered around. It's a curious and eerie sight. You not only learn to speak, but you learn to read? The wooden dummy nods quickly. Humans read. I learned from humans. These books, there are many. Maybe you could pick some too? I'll give them to you. With books, maybe you won't be angry anymore. Come look. See if there are any you like. To show his apology, the wooden dummy is willing to offer Dun Taiwu 4 fine arts books. Okay, I would like... This is a little bit of a hard one. Realistically, we probably should take the smithing book, but I'm tempted by the culinary book. All right, let's be a diligent boy. A smart dummy impossible. I appreciate the dummy's apology for existing near us. That's the right attitude to survive in a wushu novel. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the crafting one because ideally we're gonna make ourselves some early gear, so we'll grab that. So we get some books. So human likes these? Good. Then these books are all yours. But you're still willing to give me books? Have you read them all? The wooden dummy stammered. Yes. I've been here a long time, unable to cross the river, delayed. So I finished reading many books already. Human, would you like to discuss and exchange ideas with me? The wooden dummy seems eager to debate you. We'll debate a dummy. All right. So first thing we have to do is we have to decide what we're going to have a conversation about. We're going to take turns banning topics. I'm going to ban unknown. Then he gets to ban something. He wants to do weaving. I'm going to ban unknown. He banned weaving. I'm going to ban Taoism. Now, I'm a good carpenter, so that's a good topic for me. Yeah, so you want to debate things you're good at. He has a 21 carpentry. We have 194. Weaving's the way to go. He banned it on me. All right, so then we need to pick some strategies for our conversation. I'm not going to put too much thought into this for this one. Enemy loses available arguments. Attached to mine. Okay, we'll grab that. We'll talk about these more later when they're more relevant. Go ahead and do that. And start debate. Okay, so this is the debate system. Basically, we need to put forward contentions that are going to move across in a straight line. Our goal is to get to the enemy's heart square. We need to do that 6 times to be able to win. So that is our goal. We have 20 rounds to try to do that. Let's go ahead. It looks like we get to start. So let's put one here. And I'm going to start with a really strong argument of 73. Do you know the true meaning of this technique in the book? How should it be explained? And then I don't think I need to put either of these on, so we'll just end action. Do you know the true meaning of this technique? So he dropped one down. Our powers go up against each other, and you just lose power based on the difference between the two. We had more, so we won and moved forward. And he played a card on me, narrative driven, reduces our arguments. All right, I'm gonna start one down here. And we seem to regenerate our points every turn, so I don't know why I wouldn't put out really big arguments, but there you go, big argument. And we'll do... The more contentions there are, the more this increases. We'll give him that. Wait for them to make a spelling mistake. It's because we're really, really good at crafting. So we picked a good topic for us. All right, we'll place one here, really high. All right, so what's this do? Causing its arguments not to be damaged by winning a debate. All right, we'll do that. A little bit of a trap for him. I can't do another one, right? Nope. Yeah, apparently I can only do one per turn. If there's a way to do two, I'd be curious to know what it is. Nice. Okay, we'll put another one here. I don't know exactly how you would win this if you're at a major disadvantage. I think you need to be at least somewhat in the neighborhood or you're gonna have a bad time. All right, that's probably better if I put it on something in the back. Attach to one enemy. Okay, no, neither of those is relevant at the moment. I play facts and logic in attack mode. You've activated my trap argument. All right, here we go. We're gonna get some more damage in here. Obviously, we're arguing against a literal dummy, so, you know. All right, bang, bang. Okay, one more and we win. I can't imagine, he literally can't overpower this, but just in case, there we go. I'm very curious to see how much depth this system ends up with. I would expect it to be able to drop multiples a turn. That's the only thing that seems really weird to me that I can't do, or at least I can't do it yet. Because like the idea would be like you'd put a decoy down with low power and then like a strong one and try to make them like deploy to fight your weak one, you know? So I don't know. I don't know enough about that system yet. The wooden dummy stands frozen but continues to speak. Thank you, human, for talking to me. Human is good. River's bad. I will continue learning to be human. The matter of crossing the river. The wooden dummy seems to hear Dihun Taiwu mentioning crossing the river and stammers again. Human, you also want to cross the river? Actually, not far from here, there should be a village not far from here. If the human finds the village, finds a way, maybe human can bring me along across the river. We'll take the moderate option because that's what we are. Wood floats on water. If you want to cross the river, you shouldn't have to worry. Yes, I'm made of wood. What you say is very true, as expected of a human. I didn't even think of that. Hearing Dun Taiwu's words, the wooden dummy seems to awaken from a dream. It immediately gathers up the old books scattered on the ground, and despite its damaged body, turns and leaps into the river. In no time at all, it disappears beneath the churning waves, lost from sight. So sudden, there was no stopping him. Did we just talk a dude on, like, off the cliff, but the wrong direction? All that remains is the surging dark water. Dun Taiwu sighs, then looks back. Sure enough, smoke rises from a small hillside in the distance. It must be the village the wooden dummy mentioned. Perhaps it's best to follow the wooden dummy's words and head to the village in search of a way across. Debate unlocked. Debates are how people compare their level of fine arts. During interaction, you may choose to challenge to a debate. There we go. The dummy didn't float like a duck. At least we know it's a witch. There you go. Okay, before we start the next little section here, normally I take a break at the halfway point. We went a little past that today, but I desperately need to get some more coffee or tea or I'm going to lose my voice. So we're going to take a 5-minute break here. I'm going to tell YouTube that we're taking a 5-minute break, so you may see an advertisement during that break. I generally don't have those on when we're just playing, so if you're not blocking ads, I appreciate the pennies. Like I mentioned, it's going to be a 5-minute break, so I would suggest that you get up, get a stretch, a snack, a drink, whatever's going to get you through that, and then we will be right back here. I'll have a timer pop up on the screen here, so you'll know when we're going to be back. Let me just make sure that YouTube's going to work, and my BRB button. All right, cool. I will be right back. Okay, hopefully everyone had a good break there. Refilled my coffee, got a little stretch. All right, let's do it. All right, so we want to head back over to that village that we saw over there. Okay, let's pick up the goodies as we go. Got some jade. No, I'll just get the ones on the way. Okay, we only have one energy left, so we're gonna run out of energy right at the door. Womp womp. All right. Yep. I do really like that you don't, like, you can overcap up to 60 energy, so we don't like lose energy, if that makes sense, when we can't quite zero out. Month of the Rabbit. Food stuff, wood, herbs are back, and we could heal 1 layer of external injuries and internal injuries to their midsection. So far, we are okay, though. A vehicle. I'll think about that. Okay, where are we at on our studying here? Okay, so Chant of Abundance. That means we should have finished that. Yes. Okay, so I want to start the Yin Yang Iron Skin. And are you two the best reference books I have? I guess you are good enough. I'm not sure I'm even gonna bother studying that. Well, let's just leave its durability. Maybe at some point I'll want a different character or something to have it. Oh yeah, I'm all over that. Okay, so we have our 2 reference books. I'm very happy that we actually ended up being able to use 2 reference books. That's actually really nice. I'm definitely gonna think about that when I make characters in the future. Start with that 200. All right, great. Then we're a diligent boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just to say it out loud a second time, the reason I'm doing 5 specifically is I can regen that amount of comprehension every month. So I'm basically just using the comprehension and then regenning it back. And then we're really not good, unfortunately, over here. We have very little willpower regen, so I can only do 1. But hey, at some point, that'll add up. It'll add up. All right, our chi. No, our chi. We have 39 at the moment. Go ahead and add some here. Feeling like I want to be a little more nimble. There we go. And what else? Breakthrough. Okay, so what is it about this one that I only get a 96%? When on my test game I had like 98 or 99%. I'm guessing it must be some stat I don't have or something. Like, why is that one lower than 100%? We have a breakthrough available for the Chant of Abundance. I think we are going to do that. I think, whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. And I do think we'll do the minute leap. I am very curious to know why that's only at 96% though. All right, breakthrough available for the Chant of Abundance. So again, we only have outline right now, so we'll turn that on. We already have the 5 chapters read. We'll go ahead and break through on this one, I guess. Maybe it reduces the recoil, or maybe it doesn't matter. Well, either way, it's good for me to learn. Okay, how is this one gonna go? Normalization. The node's connection rates increase by 30%. Upon connecting, it turns all adjacent special breakthroughs into normals. That would get wiped out. I really don't care, I don't think. Ambition. The further your current capacity is below half of max, the higher the connection rate granted to the node. And okay, so that's not useful at the moment. This one has 2 mechanisms. Okay, we can start with a 2 up here. This seems to be a pretty good area. I think we're gonna start up here. We have a nice 100% into 100%. All right, we'll go 1, 2. 100%. We like 100% around here. Normal. Okay, so I don't really want that. I don't know. Something about this sacrifice. Oh, I guess it's because it said 0%. Okay, I see. Not the best routing there because I misunderstood that. All right, so I want to go around this way and then we'll circle in is the plan. We can always come back and redo it if we have to. The more your current capacity exceeds half of max, the higher the connection rate. Okay, don't care. Connecting this node grants max capacity plus 3, but reduces the power cap of adjacent breakthroughs to 0. That's actually fine. 1, 2, 3. I guess in the end I come up positive there, but we failed. Okay. Fine. Be like that. Okay. I'm less fine. Okay, we're at 13. I have 7 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, we do not have a lot of options left. Please don't fail. Please don't fail. Okay, now I can grab that via a mechanism, I'm pretty sure. The board says no. Yeah, that's usually how it goes for me, isn't it? Also, just in case anyone did get an ad, a lot of times YouTube is really bad about syncing you back up to real time. You might double check in the bottom left of your player that you're actually at live. I absolutely hate full screen abs. I wish they would just do the side by sides. So my apologies for that, but you know, I got to get them pennies. Okay, I think we're just gonna go cheapy on this one for the 5. I'm not 100% certain, Vindicus. I assume it has something to do with my relevant stat coming in here. So like my sword stat was what we were using for the other skill. I don't know what this one is using. Okay, so by putting that in there, I believe I get all these stats, and this will do the same. So let's just do that too. And I can't do this one because I haven't connected it yet. So we're at 15. 1, 2, 3. So we actually could go 1, 2, 3, 4. Ambition failed. All right. Okay, we really need to not fail this one then. One, 2, 3. All right, so we're gonna get some backlash from this. Too bad you were under the impression that misfortune was a free scale. Yeah. All right, so we are gonna have some deviation. Enter pure deviation stage while performing a breakthrough. Yeah. Okay. We're only a little bit over though. Oop, that was not what I meant to do. Continue. Yeah, look at that. We're having constipation now. That's not good. It's not good. All right, we're only 1 over cap. So hopefully we don't have like horrendous injuries. 28% or 28 bonus there. What a time to fail. What a time to fail. But it ended up okay. It's okay. Okay, let me ask again because I didn't see any answers if anyone has a clue. Why is this one at 96%? I assume it's because of it's like nimble maybe, and we're not good at agility. I just don't know what these are building off of. 124 on that one, 134 on that one. And by doing that, we're making these a lot better. So I just want to do these since I don't think this costs any energy or time. And so if we have our breakthroughs, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't break through. All right, we need to do our outline. Breakthrough. Okay, this is our movement skill. Maybe in the alt details. I can try pulling that up. See if there's something I missed the first time. All right, this one right off the bat has a 2. Our mechanism is way down here that we want to unlock. Yeah, I think we start with the 2. Those others just don't look nearly as good. 79 and a 75. Oh, this one's giving us a hint? Is that what I'm getting? Oh, okay. Conformity 3, but only a 31%. For each connected adjacent breakthrough node, the node's connection rate is increased by 20, and the power cap increases by 1. Okay, so this should be 51 if I get this. That is not 51. That is 36. Then I went by 5. This node's connection rate decreases by 60%. For each connected adjacent... I'm not sure exactly what that's trying to do there. That's how much power you can use of the skill. Okay, and what's that derived from? Is that derived from my stats? Like I'm just not agile enough to get the full skills? Grants 100% connection rates for the next node. Okay, I see a little combo here. So let's do that. Ah, nice try. Now we get a 100% chance and we can do conformity for 5. Ingenuity. We can come out of any other ingenuity node, but I don't think that's... We could pop out over here, but that's kind of whatever. I think I'd rather get this too. Turns all adjacent into normals. I'm at 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I am getting a little on the low side. Okay, let's take the 92. Clarity reveals multiple hidden nodes. Oh, okay. Okay, so some getting some clarity, no pun intended, early would be really nice. Okay, I have 8 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're good. Power cap plus 1 to adjacent nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that seems safe enough. And that powers up things around it. Association, 100% chance for the next node. We have 7 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then let's put in... I'm just going cheap on these. I don't know. These aren't skills we're going to keep forever, so... I think I can replace them, but we don't get a refund of what we put in there either. All right, we have 4 left. Can I reach anything? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, we'll do that. I guess it doesn't matter which route we take. 48%. If we fail, we can still just complete it, right? Okay, we did get it. And same thing here. If I fail, I can just get it. If I go here, and then we fail that one, then we're screwed. Yeah. Just take our lap. Take our victory lap. Okay, so you guys were saying, do the alt. Okay, so details. When I'm running my minute leap, I get leg wound resilience. That's nice. Efficient power. Okay, here we are. So I have agility, willpower, and footwork arts. Okay, so my skill in footwork arts isn't good enough. And then I guess we get some from actual battle, which will, I assume that will raise as we use more and more. I have a key conflict with metal and wood. How do I fix it? You need to be on a different element. There's a flow. Is that the better chart, or is this the better chart? This is not the stellar one. There's a flow to it. Whatever element you are, you really want to use skills that are one on the wheel next to you, and you do not want ones that are over on the other side. So if you have... I don't know which element you are, but if you have conflicts with those, then you need to pick things that are adjacent to ones that you have. So wood feeds fire, and fire strengthens earth. That's why those are good. We overcome metal, so we would make metal bad, and water overcomes us, so we wouldn't want to use either of those things. For every skill has a requirement. For example, some need mini skills in sword and mini in fine art, such as Taoism. Sword matter skills particularly require high crafting. Yep. I did a little bit of research so that we wouldn't make a dud character. Don't get greedy. That's a good one, Union. That's a good one. Yeah, thank you, Shinovsky. A couple greed coins. I appreciate that. Even a high power cap can be useless if you don't have the stats to make use of it. Okay. Okay. So it's Pokemon? I mean, it's an elemental chart. I mean, that's pretty common to more than just Pokemon. Don't give Nintendo any ideas. They'll try to trademark elemental wheels. Bums. Okay, we got really distracted there. I think we did our study. I don't think we did our focus. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, let's just do it. In the valley, time slips away. The mountains are quiet, but there's fire, but no light at night. Rice, but no cooking. Fish and insects are one meal, flowers and herbs another. I'm not a temple Buddha, just a worldly hermit. When approaching the small mountain village, Taiwu suddenly hears a rough song coming from the village. Follow the song. One meal with fish and bugs, another with flowers and herbs. Not a temple's Buddha, yet dares call himself immortal beyond the world. Following the trail of the song, Dun Taiwu soon finds an old Taoist before a thatched hut. Heading towards... head lowered and eyes fixed on the ground. Approach the Taoist. You claim to be a hermit, but all you do is send youth to their deaths. The old Taoist seemed to get more and more angry, stretching out his two withered fingers and pointing relentlessly at the ground. At that moment, having walked behind the old Taoist, Dun Taiwu is about to speak, and sees the old Taoist spitting at the ground. Feeling puzzled, Dun Taiwu then looks at where the old Taoist is pointing. There, a large and small cricket lie side by side on the ground, both dead. So he's scolding dead crickets? Couldn't help but laugh. Still laughing, little insect? How do you know how perilous the road ahead is? The old Taoist does not turn back, still pointing at the cricket on the ground, shaking his head. Taoist, I was the one laughing, not the cricket on the ground. On hearing this, the old Taoist slowly turns around. He's very old, and he's a very old man whose age is a mystery. Gray-haired and pale, lined face. A bug laughed on the ground, and you laughed behind my back. I don't see how there's much of a difference. The old Taoist grins at Dun Taiwu in such a childish manner. However, the grin makes Dun Taiwu notice the gray spot on his face. It doesn't look like a birthmark or a scar, more like ashes. There's an uncountable creepiness about it. Having been startled by the gray spot on the old Taoist's face, Dun Taiwu looks a little more embarrassed and bows out of politeness. That gray spot somehow creeps me out. The old Taoist perceives a tense expression on Dun Taiwu's face and immediately understands. He strokes his beard and laughs. Don't be afraid. I have this black stone ash since I was a child. It's a mark of death from Yama. Fortunately, I was saved and my life has been extended to this day. I will not harm others, but those who have been tainted by black ash are certainly not as fortunate as I. Raw Wilderness says, I was doing a large Shadow Empire map to train before buying the new DLC and doing a huge planet. Now I want to play this game. What do? Man, I was just commenting the other day. I have so many games I want to stream and make videos for. It's ridiculous. A blackstone ash? I've never heard of such a disease. I guess you haven't seen many people. Besides, blackstone ash is not a disease, it's a mark. Well, forget it. Anyways, people marked with this are doomed to die soon. The old Taoist shakes his head and pauses to look at Dihun Dun sternly. I think you should tell me why you came to me. I just arrived and I want to borrow a boat to cross the mountain river outside the village. I wonder if the Taoist can offer some guidance. First time here, eh? Did you come from the valley? What's your surname? The old Taoist fixes a gaze on Dihun Dun and slowly asks. I came from deep in the valley. My surname? It's a compound surname. Taiwu. Oh, from the valley, and your surname is Taiwu. The old Taoist nods, lost in thought for a while, and then said, this village is only one small boat that can cross the river. It's just beyond my house. It was supposed to be lent to you, but... The old Taoist hesitated, suddenly stumbling over his words. Is there something troubling you? Well, that boat... I once had a cricket match with the old village chief. My undefeated Jade Tail actually lost to this dullard, so I gave him the boat to settle the bet. Now I wish to ask the Shai Washine to fight me once again, but it's grown lazy and only sends its good-for-nothing insect descendants to brush me off. I truly have no choice, none at all. As the old Taoist speaks, Dihun Dun glances again at the crickets laying on the ground, both completely motionless, without the slightest sign of life. Since the boat now belongs to Chief, I guess I should go humbly request it back? Right. If you go to the village chief, it's the same. Since that's the case, please tell me where the village chief is. Then I am none other than the village chief, the old Taoist cried, as if it was both reasonable and logical. Dihun Dun is left bewildered. Is he being deliberately misleading, or has he truly lost his wits? Well, Taoist, why must you toy with a junior like me? No trickery, none at all. If your cricket wins against mine, I'll give you the boat. It's just my Shine is feeling lazy right now, so this isn't a good time to challenge me. How about go for some wild herbs first? We'll fill our bellies and tempt the cricket's appetite. That'll spark its fighting spirit. The old Taoist speaks solemnly. Hearing his words, though earnest, Dihun Dun is uncertain of his intent. Just as Dihun Dun prepares to respond, the two crickets laying on the ground suddenly flip over and crawl upright, one behind the other. Dihun Dun is stunned into silence. Very well, I shall gather the herbs for you. Dihun Dun responds awkwardly. Then, before he can say more, he sees a person and two crickets in front of him. One speaking, the insects fluttering their wings as if deep in conversation. The old Taoist waves his hand, signaling Dihun Dun to go and return quickly, then pays Dihun Dun no further mind. Dihun Dun is filled with surprise, yet finds himself at a loss for words. In the intro, I'm pretty sure that's this is the guy that our foster father was coming and gambling with, because he has the same cricket name. Ever since cricket fighting was legalized here, gambling addiction's gotten out of hand. Okay, so we need to go gather some pot herbs for the Taoist. You came from the valley? What did you talk about with the Taoist? Dihun Dun just steps away from the Taoist hut. A grim-faced middle man suddenly steps out of the roadside and questions him directly. That's right, I came from the valley. I was just... I know. I overheard everything just now. You're trying to borrow the Taoist boat to cross the hidden mountain river to outside the village, right? But he refused and told you to go pick wild herbs. A boy of 8 or 9 lies on a low tree by the roadside and cuts in excitedly, interrupting Dihun Dun's conversation. That's right. I came here to borrow the boat, but I still don't understand what picking wild herbs has to do with it. Although the Taoist has an odd temper, he has never been known to make things difficult for outsiders. Perhaps this time is merely a whim? Well, it's just wild herbs. I'll take you to gather some later. A strong young man steps from out behind a thatched hut and continues. So this gentleman was eavesdropping just now too. I was behind the cottage helping Miss Huan Yu fix the fence. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. The Taoist always speaking freely with us. I just flustered by Dihun Dun. The young man turns red from a mere jest. No need to be nervous, brother. I'm just teasing you. Ennui, go back and help fix the fence. The Taoist has his reasons. A woman's voice suddenly comes from beneath the nearby eaves. The lighting under the eaves is dim, and the woman appears to be wearing a mask. Her face completely cannot be seen clearly. The young man called Ennui blushes even more at her words and quickly returns behind the thatched cottage. Situ Hanyu? Enough nonsense. Is the Taoist always right? You come from the valley, you get the boat from him and take me with you. The middleman strides up to Dihun Taiwu and raises his voice. At those words, the woman named Situ Hanyu sighs and turns back to the house. If it's urgent, why not ask the Taoist yourself? You don't understand. I was once of noble blood, saved by the Taoist. After that, I ended up here. I've wanted to leave and return to my wealth, but the Taoist refused to listen to my requests and kept rescuing these beggars. So that's how it is. Everyone in the village came from outside? Enough talk. No more of this. Hurry up and bring me the boat. I, Guao Yan, have been waiting for years and can wait no longer. That fool, Ennui, has gone to the place with wild herbs. He's strong, but the old Taoist refuses to let him help me build a boat. The middle-aged man, calling himself Gao Yang, says, then kicks some weeds nearby in frustration. I don't like you ordering me around, buddy. Where is here in game? I think we're in our starting province, but I don't know anything beyond that. We seem to be in another hidden valley, basically. Okay, so Zhao Miao Zhu, Hanyu Situ, unknown. Okay, let's do this one. It is said, those born in the grass are soil are soft. Those born in brick and stone are tough. Born among the rubble. The young boy who Dihun Taiwu had met once by the short trees in the road is now laying on the ground, shaking his head and mumbling from an old book towards several small mud bowls that were making cricket sounds, seemingly encountering some unfamiliar characters. Born among the rubble, one's nature is poor. Yes, born among the rubble, base in nature. You recognize that line from the secret manual? You've read the scripture? The little boy jumps up, nervous and excited. The cricket scripture is widely circulated. My foster father once taught me to read it. Bah, nonsense. My scripture's worth 10 great cities. It won't be widely spread. Taoist told me so. So lost. There's truth in that. Golden mansions lie within books, and knowledge is priceless. The scripture is no ordinary text. The little boy says with a belly full of indignation, my parents treated me for it. Even if there's no real knowledge inside, it's still worth a fortune. Zhu Xiaomao, mood drops significantly. Your parents traded you for a scripture? Yes. If it wasn't a precious sutra, why would my parents trade me for it? They adored crickets, but their luck never favored them. They even lost our home over it. So they wanted to study the secrets of cricket duels in the scripture and win the house back. But when it came time to make the exchange, they didn't show. Instead, they had the Taoist bring me and the scripture here. The old Taoist wants you to fight crickets with him, and only if you win will he lend you the boat. If you're willing to be my apprentice and play crickets with me, I'll teach you some of the secret techniques from the Precious Sutra. How about it? Haha, little master, please bestow your teachings upon me. All right. I have 3 little generals here. I'll send them to you as a gift. Since you entered my school, you should know my name. I'm Xu Xiaomao. Hee. Zhu Xiaomao stands proudly, striking a master's pose, and hands Dihun Taiwu 3 bamboo tubes containing crickets. Thank you, Master Xiaomao. I've heard you're quite remarkable. Did he give me a bunch of duds? I've heard a lot about you. Take these 3 little generals, and now let's have a fight with my crickets. I know nothing about fighting crickets, Master. Why don't you teach me some basics? Ah, my apprentice, I just wanted to test your comprehension. All you have to do is bet. Choose 3 crickets to fight, and then start the fight. That's it. We can play and learn at the same time. There's no one's joined me for cricket fights in days. Okay, so he is betting a clay cricket jar worth 1,800. We're gonna have to bet silver worth the same amount, basically. And Dollard, wide wing dust, crates. Okay, so I think that's his crickets, I assume. All right, let's fight. Okay, so we set 3 crickets, and whoever gets 2 out of 3 wins. So let's see. He's got the weak one, the medium one, and the strong one. All right, what if we just sacrifice our weak one to his strong one? Okay, so you are the weakest. Let's put our strong one there, and then that one there. Sure, I'm sure this will go very well. And I don't see any other buttons to do. Fate has decreed victory for me in this match. If you insist on fighting, you'll surely suffer a loss. All right, get your bets in now, boys. Get your bets in now. We're. I think we're on the left. If we're on the left, we're winning. Victory! Yes, yes. It was written in the stars that I should win. We got another clay cricket pot. Okay, we gained some favorability. All right. Master, you want me to teach you to fight crickets, but you won't say anything. I'm quite dull. I'm afraid I'll never get it without a teacher. You're so dumb. The old Taoist taught me everything is learned best by doing. Just play a few rounds of crickets with me and you'll learn naturally. It's like writing on paper is shallow, but you must shoot the arrow like a bow. It's what's learned on paper is always shallow. You must experience it yourself to truly understand. Okay, this is actually really good translations of idioms like that. Yeah, that's something that in any language is very hard to translate. Papa, you're wrong. None of it rhymes. If you don't play crickets with me, don't bother me while I study the Precious Sutra. Cricket duel unlocked. Cricket duels are wildly popular in the world of Taiwu, and people often wager various resources on them. During interaction, you may challenge to cricket duels. Gamble rent money. Yeah, so I assume what happened was his parents were so far in debt that they were worried that like they were going to come take the kid from them as payment, so they gave him to the Taoist. Or they got taken into like debt slavery. That's just my guess. Okay, hey kid, can we do one? Can we have a cricket duel? No, apparently not right now. Okay. Give me that jade, black agate, aqua jade, and some XP. All right, let's go talk to another person. A wheelbarrow. Is that better than what we have currently? So mount vehicle, replace. All right, so we have a bamboo sled, 40 weight, prison capture, 10%, 20% loot drop, and some inventory speed. No, inventory side travel cost. So this gives exploration, and this gives loot drop. I think I'm gonna take the loot drop. We can always switch it later if we change our minds. On a low hill, Dihun Dun sees from the distance that a masked young woman from earlier is sitting by a grave, drinking alone. As he draws closer, the gravestone becomes visible. Deeply engraved are the words, Tomb of Situ Shuaixing. Situ Huanyu seems unaware of your approach, continuing to drink. The vast plains stretch beyond the stars, the moon rising over the great river. Such beautiful names. My sister was born when a shooting star passed across the sky. My parents thought it was a good omen, so they named her Chuixing. I was born when a heavenly dog ate the moon. My parents thought it was an ill omen, so they wrote it on my swaddling quilt and abandoned me in the wilderness. Later, the old Taoist took me in and said the moon was just returning home, so he named me Huanyu. Situ Huanyu, says lazily, slightly drunk. So, this is your sister's grave? Situ Huanyu says nothing in response. She suddenly turns, her eyes gleaming with menace, and hurls a wine cup straight at you. What? Alright, so we could try to dodge. We could do willpower. We want to use strength because we regen the most strength, so I'm going to catch the wine cup. Completely caught off guard, Dihun Taiwu manages to catch the flying wine cup, but the shock numbs his arm, and the tiger's mouth of the right hand splits open, blood spurting forth. I think that's like this part of your hand. A gentle toss, yet sharp as a blade. What fierce power! Alas, turns out your martial arts are weak. Seeing how easily Dihun Taiwu's strike lands, Situ Huanyu loses all killing intent. She hurries over to bandage the wound for Dihun Taiwu. We bear no grudge, yet you attack me with a wine cup? Sorry, I was just a bit out of it. Mistook you for an enemy. Situ Huanyu, reeking of alcohol, skillfully dresses a wound, and then helps Dihun Taiwu rest under the tree by Chuaishi's grave. With such harsh message, your enemy must be very powerful. A cornered rabbit will bite. How could I not guard against enemies? If I let down my guard for a moment, they would pounce without a care for their lives. In a blink, I'd be torn limb from limb. Sounds like the young lady has many enemies, and they are ruthless criminals. Indeed. If not for the old Taoist saving me, I fear my enemies would have killed me long ago, and I wouldn't have found such a hidden place to bury Chuaixing. Alas, if I had met the old Taoist early, perhaps Chuaixing wouldn't have died. Situ Huanyu said, looking at Chuaixing's grave. What kind of villain killed your sister and sought to wipe out everything? No, Chuaixing, of course, had to be mine to kill. Hoshi speaks slowly and then walks towards Chuaixing's grave, placing one hand gently on the tombstone. Seeing Dihun Taiwu visibly surprised, Huanyu smiles faintly, then turns to say, you must be wondering why, after killing my sister, did I choose to bury her beside me? I was abandoned at birth, but my master took me in, taught me to read, and trained me in martial arts. Among his disciples were many killers, assassins, robbers, mercenaries, until one day I learned by accident that their next target was Chengxi. I couldn't defy my sect, yet I couldn't bear to see her die, so I broke the rules and killed her first, to spare her from worse at their hands. Thus, I killed Chengxi and betrayed the sect. Sad indeed, yeah, you know. It kind of reminds me of, what was that lady's name? In Tale of Immortal, there's a woman who loses her sister. That's my favorite story in Tale of Immortal. The episode number is named Together Lonely Under the Moon. I can remember that episode name because that story really stuck with me. I really liked that one. Kind of, sort of similar. Hey, Owen, how's it going? How's my day going? It's going great. Maybe... I just had my first day of work, and they were impressed with how well I was doing. It's basically the same job I had before. Hey, that's awesome, man. I hope you're not too exhausted. Starting a new job is always super tiring. I've heard digging up graves brings surprises. I don't think this character is a grave robber. I did think about that in my practice game, though. Karma and fate are simply the natural cycles of Tao. We merely go with the flow. Okay, so she didn't like that. At least I assume that's what the red meant. If the heavens are unjust, must we small women just comply? Then who is to blame for sowing the seeds of this evil? Huang Yu clutches her fists, her eyes showing a glint of fierceness again. Situ Hanyu's mood drops significantly. Karma follows its own path. Good and evil always have their consequences. What you're saying, I don't understand. It was a drunken slip of the tongue, and I shouldn't have spoken of it. If you go spreading these words around, I won't forgive you. But with your martial arts so weak, are you not afraid of being bullied on your journey outside? I grew up in a deep valley where I'd never had a chance to use martial arts, so my skills are lacking. Hanyu ponders a while, looks Dun Taiwu over, then continues. I injured you by mistake, so I must offer an apology. Before the Taoist lends you his boat, if you wish to train, you can come spar with me anytime. Perhaps I can teach you a few ways to stay alive. You may spar with Situ Hanyu. Never been better. Okay. Oh, secret. A character's action or encounters generate corresponding secrets. Once the secrets spread and are made public, they may change others' favorability and relations towards the character. So those are here. This kind of reminds me of Crusader Kings. So abandoning. Nameless Yin abandons Zhao Miao Zhu and murder case. So we know some secrets about these people. I don't know what to do with these yet, and we're not prestigious enough to use them, but we have them. There you go. We have them. Okay, so she said we could spar. Are we allowed to do it? Share an insight, use secret, compliment, criticize, give gift. I could cricket duel her, but I can't spar her. I don't know why. You have a weak hook. Yep. Something I'm very used to, so I got into a ribbon pretty well. Nice. That's good. For a second, Owen, I thought that somebody else's comment, and I thought it was like, wait a minute, you're a gravedigger? Which I guess you still could be, but that wasn't your comment, so that makes more sense. I love some good dirt. Can we blackmail people? I think we can. We're not going to do the lady who can beat us up, though. Okay, so we can't spar with her, so I'm going to leave. There's a tomb here. I'm not going to try to dig it up right now. Chat her up. I guess we could have another conversation. We really don't have a lot to say. Compliment. We actually don't know much about you, do we? Do we know what your temperament is? That was the word I was looking for. She is principled. Interesting. How are you principled? She was a member of an assassin sect, but she was principled. I guess that totally makes sense though, right? Like, I can't save my sister's life, so I'm just gonna put her out of her misery before they do horrible things to her, even though it's gonna make me miserable. I guess that's a principled stand. Tell her she's got great traits. Does she have great traits? She's top heavy. I have no comment about that. Veil Scar Cultivation. Yeah, see, she was an assassin. A string of prayer beads. Pig month born. She has a particular skeleton. Your particular skeleton is quite petite. Tenacious and a merciless heart. There you go. She's 17-year-old and has more gray hair than I have. Yeah, and we share the secret of the murder case. And her martial arts are confidential. Right. Look, I played enough cultivation games, Shinosuke. I have eyes that can see Mount Taiwu. She's 17. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's got more gray hair than I do. I didn't get my first gray hair till I was like early 20s. Okay, so we will compliment her disposition. You always remain composed in tough situations, and it's truly impressive. Favorability is enthusiastic. I will surely do my best to not let you down. Engage in a pleasant conversation. There you go. That one's for you, Shinosuke. Okay, let's go... Wariness. Yeah, what was that? Wariness represents how guarded a character is towards Taiwu. Wariness affects both the degree of favorability change and max favorability. Okay, that makes sense. So it's like a soft cap or a modifier. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so we are supposed to search for the noble to talk to him and borrow the boat. Okay, so we have the other two people down here. It's gray from the stress of being a principled assassin. I did notice that, Shinosuke. Does our character ever visually age? I assume when we hit 20, I could get a mustache. Am I allowed to do that? Or is that just not a thing in this game? Okay, let's go talk to the other people. I'm really sorry for making a fool of myself earlier. The wild herbs grow best around here. I'll pick some for you now as an apology. Ennui says, blushing. Before he finishes speaking, he bends down to start picking herbs. Apologize? I was the one joking earlier. Why should you apologize? Oh, is that so? I've always been a little slow-witted. No matter what I do, I always do the wrong, and have hurt those around me. It's like the stupid thing I did before, being saved by the old Taoist, which hurt a mother and child, a memory too painful to revisit. What happened to you before you were saved? I still feel deeply guilty about this. That day, I was chopping wood in the mountains when I happened upon several black-robed ones cornering a mother and her child. I stepped in to help, but accidentally killed one of them. His sect mates, grieving the death of their brother, must have been consumed by sorrow and came chasing after me that very night. I had been trying to protect the mother and child as we fled, but the woman blamed me for drawing enemies upon them. She told me to take responsibility alone and return to let them extract their revenge. I felt terrible for that mother and child. Racked with guilt, I went back ready to die, but the black-robed ones didn't kill me. They demanded the whereabouts of the mother and child. I suppose they meant to trap me in guilt and seek revenge. I refused to speak and they stabbed me twice. When I woke again, the Taoist had saved me and brought me here. Okay, so he saved the mother and child, and in doing so, he killed one of the attackers. And then the mother blamed him, like she was using him to basically try to throw off the pursuit, basically. So, poor guy. Poor guy. He really got used. Got stabbed for him. Yeah. The one should see a rescue through to the end. The fact that it ended poorly is not your fault. Alas, it ended poorly. If that mother and child failed to escape, I bear the guilt. Ennui closes his eyes, saying no more. Tears fall from the corners, sorrow written all over his face. Ennui's mood drops. I mean, it wasn't your fault. Forget it. Let's pick some herbs. What a gentle guy. Right. I almost delayed your important matter. These are herbs everywhere over here. Just keep picking. You can't go wrong. Gather foodstuffs as much as possible in the current location and nearby. It may please the Taoist. I wonder how many wild herbs the Taoist wants. We've unlocked gathering. Also, give me whatever this is. A braised fish. I just found one. Yep, there you go. I don't think he's necessarily the comic relief. He does just seem like a slow person, and people took advantage of him. Okay, so we've unlocked another thing. One, we could right-click to get to this menu. And two, we can also use tile interaction. So these are various resources that are here. I don't know what these other options are, but we're not good enough at whatever they are to do. We have foodstuffs, wood, metal, jade, fabric, and herbs. They told us to gather the foodstuffs, so we will do that. Costs us an energy. So, from my understanding, the generic foodstuffs are more like a village resource. We're looking for an actual item from that. So it said to continue to harvest. Gathered 21. There's 13 left. I don't think we're getting what we need. I'm concerned about all this cooked perishable food you keep finding in the wilderness. It's just magic. Don't worry about it. Okay, maybe we'll come back. I want to talk to this guy before we run the month. I don't want to go via that route. Mountain folk, that one there. How sure are you about this? Gao Yan unceremoniously blocks Dun Taiwu's path and asks directly. You did not address me by my name, yet you're speaking to me? My ancestors were unmatched in power. Dude, it's not a good look, man. Second only to the Emperor himself. And now I'm asking a mere commoner to carry out a task. Why would I need to tell you my name? Huh, no point in talking. If we don't get along, this commoner has matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. What a wild fool, not knowing how to show respect. When I reclaim my power, I'll make sure you understand my methods. Yao Yuan grits his teeth, speaking as his thoughts directly, clearly someone who has never been disrespected. Heaven values harmony. Since you have a request and we have no grudge, why not treat each other with respect? A person of great magnanimity, I won't argue with the likes of commoners. But let me ask you this. When will the old Taoist finally lend you your boat? How would I know the old Taoist thoughts? About that. I show you a better way. I see that you're tough, strong, and capable. Why don't you just carry the boat away? No need to pick herbs. Even if the Taoist finds out, I don't think he'll be too hard on you. Dude, we're not making the old crazy guy not have dinner. Since the Taoist told me the conditions of borrowing the boat, I should go. Why should I rush? You're quite composed. That Taoist just playing with you. Anyways, I'll wait by the river. As long as you get the boat, I'm going with you. As you wish. I don't like that guy. He's rude. Okay, that's not a good square to harvest that. What am I saying? Okay, I don't have any herbs. I'm going to do a little herb harvesting. We can use these to do some minor healing, but I need about 100 or something. Okay, so we still haven't found the pot herbs. Okay, I got one more energy. We've gotten all that. We didn't get them here. That's annoying. You really don't have great resources. Boy, none of you do. All right, take me to there, and then we're out of energy. My father will hear about this. Yeah, that's got that energy, doesn't it? Daddy's money. Well, he doesn't have daddy's money here, does he? Bro is so haughty despite not being able to grow a mustache. That talking a lot of crap for a guy that has a spindly mustache. Yeah, I agree. Okay, a month went by. All right, can we do a cricket thing with you now? All right, cricket duel. All right, kid, bring out your strength. Interesting, show me what cricket duels can do. Cricket duels, a bet worth a fortune. Note, if I can't match the opponent's wager, you'll have to give up and concede defeat. Do it. Okay, so... Oh, okay, I see. I can choose what he bets, right? Is that what I'm taking off this? 60 wood, a bug net, some fabric, some XP, some metal. I guess having some extra bug nets might be good. At some point, we're going to need to get some more crickets. All right, auto... No. We are definitely not going to wager prestige. We're going to wager money. It's time to duel. Wouldn't it be it's time to challenge? I'm trying to figure out a cricket sound, and I didn't. All right, let's fight. All right, start combat. So he has Dullard, Commander Unknown, Vanguard. Okay, so this is his low one, I assume. I'm gonna do the same strategy I used before. I'm gonna guarantee a win on that, and then we're gonna try to sacrifice our low one to one of his good ones. All right, do it. And there's nothing I can click on during these fights, right? Like, this is all auto. Okay, apparently we just won that one. I don't know why those didn't fight. I guess they just out-chirped him. Do you believe in the heart of the crickets? I lost. Fetch a brush and some ink and a poem. This poem shall be both classic and contemporary too. I have literally no idea. Heart of the crickets. Did I win or did I lose? I actually don't know. Do I have more cricket? Did I win his cricket stuff? Where is the cricket stuff? It's not a tool. Bugnet, 18. I don't know how many I had, so that's not helpful, actually. Okay. Alright, will you spar me now? No, this button. If you have something to say, share what's on your mind. I shall make a decision once I've pondered over it. Okay, we can spar. Heart of the Crickets. Crickets can give you a gift of the god if your cricket is strong enough. Ooh. Can we get the blue eyes white cricket? Probably. Apparently it's a really in-depth system. Is the whole cricket system an auto battler though? Like when I'm in the duel itself, my only choice is my 3 deployments. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. Like I said, I spent 10 hours reading tutorials. All right, I would like to spar, please. If we're sparring, let's go all out. Okay, please don't hurt me. All right, Andrew. See you later, man. Yeah, we got to be calling it quits here pretty soon, too. All right, start combat. All right, well, hey, we're at least in range. That's a good sign. Untainted improves your deflect. Okay. And I guess I don't need this on, because at least so far she hasn't been able to get out of range. If she does, we'll pop that on. We have our skill here, the Wuding Elixir Sword. Yeah, like you see, it doesn't pause them, so she can still attack even though I'm doing my skill. I hope we're just dueling with fake damage and we're not actually beating the crap out of each other. We have a little bit of medicine. A little bit. Okay, we don't have enough points to do this, and now we're gonna have a bunch of things that we don't need. So it's gonna be a while before we can do our next skill. Oh, and I let her get out of range too. I gotta be careful with that. I do not have range on auto right now. Okay, we do need our leap. Oh, 3-hit combo. Okay, I have it set up so it pauses when they do their special moves. Apparently I don't have my defensive skill here though. I need to fix that. All right, so incoming. This is where the pain actually comes. Yep. Okay, whew. Hopefully that's not any lasting wounds, I hope. We got some XP and some prestige. It was a friendly spar. I lost. True key within my body surges ceaselessly. Okay. Will compliment, is she actually charming? I actually don't know. Wariness, enthusiastic. You know what? We'll do disposition again. She seems to really like that. Engaging in a pleasant conversation. There we go. Okay, did I actually take a real wound? She did. She hurt my pelvis with 2 internal wounds. That's actually super duper painful. That's actually super painful. Okay, so we can use various medicines, or you can wait for time to heal. However, fighting with wounds is not good. Not good at all. So we have 1 external and 2 internal. Let's look at internal injury healing. These are all my medicines. So we don't have very many. No, we have some. It just defaults to external injury. Okay, so randomly heal an internal energy at month advance. Heals 1. of severity 3 or lower, reducing by 1 stack. Also gives me a internal injury resistance boost. Immediately heal 1. Randomly heal 1 on month advance up to severity. Okay, so this is my weakest one. I'm gonna use... I want to use just one of these. Get out of my way, I want to make sure. 3? No. No, no, no. I don't even have 3 wounds. I guess we do 2 to heal it up. I guess we'll do 2 to heal it up. I'm gonna chance the external. I think we heal 1 of those every month. I hope I understand that correctly. And save that medicine for now. Internal injury, ignorant, cultivation. Okay. Let's go fix my martial arts. Okay, yeah, I didn't have this assigned. There we go. So our Yin Yang Iron Skin is now equipped. And then also we have medical care. We're not very good at this, but... Oh, we have a little bit of an inner breath problem too. Insufficient herbs. Okay, I need some more herbs and I think we can fill our... It would heal 3 on the body part. Oh, I see. Okay, I misunderstood what that was telling me. I thought there was... Each of those wounds had its own severity. But what you're saying is that that one medicine would heal 3 of them? Okay, I understand. All right, I guess let's regulate our breath. I didn't realize that we... Oh, are we not good enough at that with our 40? Oh, we are. Okay. We need some more herbs, though, if we want to be able to do our external injury. All right, well, that gives us something to do. We're looking for pot herbs to eat, and we're looking for normal herbs to heal with. All right, we didn't... Oh, I see. We didn't finish reading the book. That's why I didn't have it equipped. It'd sure be nice if we could finish that. Okay, now we have finished that book. Do we have something else that we need? We could learn Emperor Longfist. I don't think I'm going to use that. I don't think I'm going to do fists. So let's go to a fine art. Apparently we have a bajillion fine art books. So there's that. All right, what do we have? Assessing 16 kinds of boiling water. That's very tea. Complete. Are all these complete? Why do I have them and they're complete? I thought we just got them. So if I just pick a random one, yeah, we're already complete. I guess we could get, even the ones that the dummy gave me are complete? I would not have expected that. Okay, I do want to do one of these. Probably not you. Yeah, I want to filter by... Now, let's do our smithing first. Okay, we have these smithing books. Okay, that's a higher tier. That's a tier 7 book. So if we put that here, I guess we've read all these books. That's really weird to me. And apparently we use... I can use either what? I guess I can. Okay, well, we'll do the one that has a 90% chance, or 90% increase, and then I guess we do the one for 75? 500% study efficiency. So in 1 month, we'll have all the XP, I guess? I don't know. I'm still a little bit shaky on some of the system, apparently. But I don't have any more martial arts that I want to read at the moment. So, is what it is. Okay, and then we'll do our 1 circulation. And we should put our key in. Alright, and just because I kind of know 1 more fight, I'm going to continue to raise my nimble a little bit. They're complete because of the traits you made in your character. Okay, well, what about the books I got from the dummy? Those were just the same thing? Finish reading the little books as soon as you attain them. Oh, okay, I see. Was it one of these traits or one of the other little, I don't know how to see those other traits we picked. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay, but we are already 15 minutes over schedule, so before things heat up, don't spoil it, anybody that knows what's going to go on, we're going to call it there for the day. So the plan is that we are going to be streaming this Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Monday morning, and Wednesday morning. So we will be back tomorrow starting exactly the same time, planning on about another 4-hour stream of the same stuff. I've only been ever so slightly past where we currently are. So I believe we are relatively close. Once we get out of here, I think we're off the leash kind of. So this will be kind of the end of the early tutorial at least. So hopefully this has been a pretty decent introduction. I know it was a little bit slow, but I trying to like explain the systems as well as I can as we go so that we have a good basis going forward. In a little less than 2 hours, I'll be back on streaming. We're going to do some Warhammer 40k Gladius, so a 4X game. If you want to see some fighting, we will be doing that. Otherwise, thank you guys for hanging out. It's been an absolute blast. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. That helps me a ton. It tells YouTube that cool people with good taste like you should check out this stream, and that's how we continue to grow the channel. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back here or maybe in the comments of a video or VOD. If you want to support the channel, you can always join me live for a super chat. Leave a super thanks on a video or VOD. Consider becoming a member of the channel. As a member, you get early access to videos that I'm working on. Just depends on what I'm recording at the time. That goes a long ways for supporting the channel though. If you just want to leave a tip, there's also a Patreon linked in the channel info. Finally, I have a Discord. It's free for everybody. About 15 minutes before I go live, I do an @everyone in my announcement channel. So if YouTube doesn't let you know when people are going live, that way you can get an announcement and get a reminder that the stream's going to be starting. And if you want to hang out and talk games, you're welcome to join and just mute the announcement channel and you won't get pinged by me. All right, guys, I hope this was a good introduction. I hope I showed it off at least decently. I am super stoked. It's going to be very hard for me not to play between now and tomorrow morning, but I'll do my best and we will pick up here. All right, guys, I'm going to grab some lunch and give my voice a little bit of a break. I will see you hopefully in a couple hours. That's going to be it for me. Let's buttons. I'll see you there. Double out.